Chapter 1593. The moment he said that, the void mirror trembled and gave out a light cry. Brilliant light erupted with excitement and also sadness. Facing that void, it violently shook. Shang! The ancient mirror clanged and its light shone through the ages. This was the weapon of the Void Emperor. It was outstanding and had accompanied him for his entire life. At this moment, it felt like it had returned to the era where blood flowed everywhere and the world was peaceful. It was replying to the void in the distance and it continuously trembled. One last step, merge with me, my blood, my bones, my soul to awaken the ancestors' void. Jianghu's body was covered in blood and he said with sadness. He took one last look at this world and prepared to sacrifice himself. He came with the hope of the entire race on his shoulders. At this moment, the celestial mirror was completely red and dripping with blood. The blood of everyone in the Ji family was poured onto it. Anyone who was still alive, from the saints who were about to die to the babies who were just born, all of them used their blood to sacrifice themselves to the celestial mirror. His body was also branded with everyone's imprints, fused with the blood and life fragments of everyone in the clan. Jianghu represented everyone in the Ji family and wanted to merge into the mirror. The life of the ancestors flowed in his blood to allow the Void Emperor to temporarily revive and come out to fight. Father! At the end of the world, a little boy's eyes were filled with tears. He then cried out loud and reached out with his small hands, trying his best to grab towards the pitch-black depths of the universe. He was Ji Chengdao and he knew that his father would never return. Ji Ziyue's face was also covered in tears. She knew that if nothing unexpected happened, she wouldn't be able to see her brother again. This goodbye might be forever. Let me go, I will replace my brother. Ji Ziyue cried and wanted to charge out. However, she was held back by someone and couldn't break free. The entire Ji family was in grief. Once the God King left, he definitely wouldn't be able to return. He was prepared to sacrifice himself and they wouldn't be able to see each other again. In the depths of the universe, Jianghu's body shook and he froze up. A strong hand grabbed his shoulder and then fixed him in place, unable to move at all. The void split open, and an ordinary-looking man appeared, taking his place. Little ancestor, what are you doing? Jianghu cried out. It was Ji Zi. He stepped forward and took the imperial mirror. At this moment, his blood burst out of his body and entered the ancient mirror. Go back. The small accomplishment Dao is waiting for you. Ji Zi's Daoist robe was stained with blood. He drew all the blood and fragments of his clan from Jianghu's place. His face was calm, without a single ripple. Little ancestor, your path is still long, and I am not a person of this era. My joys and sorrows are all in the primordial era. Perhaps the reason I have lived to this era is to wait for this moment. Ji Zi calmly said. He tore open a great crack in the void and pushed Jianghu inside. He sent him into the designated coordinates and left in an instant. Little ancestor. The space closed, and that sorrowful cry stopped. Meanwhile, at this moment, as the voice of "Fight with me" sounded from the distant void, Ji Zi merged with the void mirror, releasing endless auspicious brilliance, flying over. The mirror and person were both bright red, covered in blood, but they were also releasing the most dazzling light, illuminating this dark world. Ji Zi and Void stood opposite each other, holding the ancient mirror. The two identical people merged into one. No one could stop them. Only those with Ji family's bloodline could approach, because the celestial mirror was releasing the most dazzling light, making everything seem mysterious and astonishing. Void! Stone Emperor was shocked. Ever since he appeared in this world, he was only slightly moved at most. This was the first time he revealed this type of expression. You can think of it like this. Let's continue the battle from the past. The male on the other side's aura suddenly rose. Chaotic energy immediately rushed out millions and millions of li. He had an emperor body, and with the void mirror in hand, he was dyed red by the blood of his entire family. It flowed into his body, and then merged with Ji Zi, who was dripping with blood. At this moment, it was as if he became a completely different person, actually displaying Emperor Dao laws. Meanwhile, the void mirror was even more special. 10,000 streaks of light flowed out. Immortal light released in endless streaks. It was as if a phoenix was undergoing rebirth, illuminating the cosmos. It directly suppressed forward, striking towards Stone Emperor. Undying Mountain's Lord Stone Emperor moved his halberd, smashing forward. His entire body was covered in divine chains of order, wrapping around him. He was like a demonic god that rushed out from hell, shackled. Dang! The two weapons collided. The void mirror was incomparably resplendent, and the great halberd also rushed into the heavens with black light. The space between Stone Emperor's thumb and index finger was completely split apart, blood gushing out. Meanwhile, his entire body continuously retreated. There really are Emperor Dao laws. His eyes were incomparably cold. He knew that this was definitely not the void, just that the entire Ji family contained the void's blood and great Dao that revived. From a certain perspective, all creatures were the continuation of their ancestors' lives. Kill! Samsara Lord rushed over. He didn't wish for the void to truly reappear. Back then, the void blocked the sea of reincarnation alone, killing supreme beings. It could be said that there was a blood feud between the Sea of Reincarnation and the Sea of Reincarnation. Regardless of whether it was the Sea of Reincarnation or Undying Mountain, they both had a great grudge against the Void Emperor that couldn't be resolved. Chang! The Void Mirror shone, releasing a streak of immortal light, neutralizing Samsara Supreme Being's attack, scattering all of the Emperor Dao laws. This result left everyone shocked. As expected of an immortal mirror that has drunk the blood of supreme beings. Its power is matchless after all. Stone Emperor said coldly. He waved his hand, having Samsara Supreme Being not interfere. He was going to fight the void alone, settle the grudge of the past. At this moment, the Demon Fall Pestle, Imperial Sword, and 4 other Emperor artifacts all backed up, attacking the other supreme beings, making the pressure on them increase greatly. Kill! Stone Emperor released a great roar, his head of thick hair fluttering about. He was like a matchless demonic god, crushing the cosmos with a single step, slaughtering his way towards the void. Hunglong! He brandished the great halberd, crushing everything. Many stars exploded, unable to endure this type of pressure. He directly aimed at the void's head, wishing to hack it in half. Chi! The ancient mirror shone, becoming like a sun, rising into the sky. Raging flames burned, locking down that snow-white halberd blade in this world, unable to descend. Good! Stone Emperor roared out, saying, "You aren't him, yet you temporarily revived him, possessing his life imprint and great Dao fragments." When all of the supreme beings heard this, they were shocked. Then they began to think to themselves. This was worth pondering over. Perhaps after studying it thoroughly, it might be another type of long life method. While Stone Emperor roared out, his entire body erupted with radiance. Blood energy pierced through the sky dome, shaking up all directions. Divine chains of order shot over like streaks of phoenix feathers, wishing to pierce through the void. However, the ancient mirror trembled, becoming one with the blood energy in the void. At this moment, it released heaven-overflowing divine might. The mirror surface was glossy like jade, releasing resplendent light, completely blocking all of the natural law attacks. This was a heaven-collapsing sound. Stone Emperor's body swayed, his entire body like a demonic mountain as he backed up, making the stellar domain cave in, tremble endlessly. Kill! For the first time, Void uttered a murderous roar that shook the entire area. All living beings seemed to have sensed it. Boundless willpower surged and gathered on his body, causing the originally dim Emperor's Dao laws to shine brightly. The damaged Emperor Dao fragments seemed to have become sparkling and translucent, complete. This was a strange transformation, leaving the great supreme beings truly shocked. This type of nourishment, the power of all living things, truly is unfathomable, worth pondering over. There were ancient supreme beings who thought to themselves, feeling like their benefits were great. Hunglong! Void took the initiative to attack. 9 colors blossomed in front of him, the void flower unfolding. Space froze, even time stopped, sealed by him. This type of unmatched forbidden secret method belonged to the ultimate secret section. Now, it actually appeared again. This was the unmatched extreme art the Void Emperor used to suppress chaos, previously used to kill more than a single supreme being. Void stopping, time stopping, suppressing the everlasting. In the distance, those who weren't on the battlefield all revealed looks of shock, as if they were also affected. Stone Emperor found it hard to budge, body rigid, primordial spirit unable to rush out. After exerting too much force, his entire body contorted, but he still couldn't break free. Void took action, a palm hacking forward. A stellar stream immediately turned into smoke, palm and fingers smashing towards Stone Emperor's head. At the same time, the Emperor Mirror became even more resplendent, carrying the blood of Ji family's people as it descended, suppressing Stone Emperor's primordial spirit, wishing to kill him in one go. Ah! Stone Emperor roared. When the palm and fingers approached, his body suddenly moved, eyes so cold it made one feel as if they fell into an ice house. He carried a cruel smile, brandishing the great halberd, saying, "What a pity, you aren't him in the end, unable to excite me enough." This was a terrifying great collision. The heavenly dome collapsed, groups of stars falling, this starry domain immediately growing dim, terrifying beyond compare. Void faced it head-on, using a great palm imprint to face it. In addition, the Emperor Mirror became even more resplendent, suppressing forward, striking down on the heaven-desolate halberd's blade, making the great halberd cry endlessly. Blood splashed outwards. Void and Stone Emperor both flew outwards. They both had Emperor bodies, yet under this type of power, they were still affected. Comparatively speaking, this wasn't the Void of the past. He suffered serious injuries, and Stone Emperor also coughed out a large mouthful of blood. As for the Emperor Artifact's retaliation and bloody struggle, it was also extremely intense. This type of collision might even destroy one of the artifacts. It was clear that the immortal mirror was stronger, radiance blazing brilliantly. Meanwhile, the heaven-desolate halberd became quite a bit dimmer, a nick appearing on the halberd blade, even more so a few cracks, suffering serious damage. Stone Emperor fought Void, directly fighting into the depths of the cosmos. Even if it isn't the true Void right now, it still has his Emperor Dao laws. "I'm looking forward to it. I'm happy." Reincarnation Supreme Being said cruelly, chasing after him. He wanted to drink the blood of the Void. Meanwhile, those Emperor artifacts trembled, suppressing towards him. The battle continued, the range of the fluctuations becoming wider and wider. The heavens were trembling, the stars exploding, this world wailing. Everything seemed to be reaching its end, everything about to come to an end. Stone Emperor and Void fought to the climax. Undying Mountain's Lord simply didn't dare believe everything. "Perhaps we were all wrong. The true Void seems to have returned." It was because that Void was actually becoming more and more powerful, becoming much more difficult to deal with than before. This was especially the case with that type of light. It was too familiar. One has to understand that that was the eye of the soul, representing a person's soul radiance. "Kill!" Stone Emperor roared, fighting with everything he had. He believed himself to be number one under the heavens, unmatched from past to present. Even if the true Void appeared, he still wouldn't feel any fear. "Is that so? Has the Void returned? I really want to experience it." Reincarnation Lord arrived. This time, he didn't pay Stone Emperor any attention, directly taking action, collapsing the sky dome. The Void mirror trembled, releasing an expanse of eternal light. A giant ancient formation appeared, directly descending, submerging Reincarnation Lord within. Endless light erupted, endless energy surging, resplendent and dazzling. This was a killing formation the Void Emperor laid down endless years ago, unexpectedly preserved until now, appearing for the first time. Moreover, at this moment, Void abandoned Stone Emperor, directly rushing into the formation, holding the immortal mirror to fight a great battle against Reincarnation Supreme Being. Reincarnation Supreme Being released a great roar, releasing a furious roar. A bloody arm was broken, flying out of the formation, and then exploding. Void. Then, another furious roar sounded, accompanied by heaven-collapsing fluctuations. Reincarnation Supreme Being was imprisoned by the Great Formation, the formation patterns and Emperor artifacts coexisting. Together with the Void Emperor's attack, a large piece of the battle clothes in front of his chest was blasted apart, and then his chest was blasted apart by the Void Emperor's fist and mirror. Blood and several bones flew out of the formation. The Emperor formation trapped a Supreme Being, the Emperor weapon suppressing him. Did the Void Emperor really return? He was going to kill a Supreme Being. Everyone's minds jumped. "I pray to the heavens, please extend our lives for the Void Emperor's life. This world needs the Void Emperor. Let him fight for his people once more." In the endless stellar domain, it was unknown just how many people were praying. The will of all creatures surged, gathering over, all of them praying for the Void Emperor. Chapter 1594. There had never been a world like this before. The darkness chaos was so bitter, the entire world in despair. Only at the final moment did a glimmer of hope appear. The entire universe was bleeding, the people in misery and suffering, corpses piled up into a sea. Now, it was unknown just how many people had died. This was a world drenched in blood. The great formation was cracking apart. Stone Emperor hacked down with the black heaven desolate halberd in hand. He was breaking through the formation. Supreme beings were unmatched in the 9 heavens 10 earths, nothing able to stop their advance. At this moment, Emperor Dao laws flew out like streaks of bright-colored phoenix feathers. They pierced through the world and attacked the formation the Void Emperor laid down. The great halberd forged from black dragon-marked gold was extremely terrifying. Chaotic energy curled about it, the snow-white halberd blade able to hack through everything in its path. Radiance flickered as it slotted its way into the formation. This was an extremely bad sign. Once the great formation collapsed, the Void would be in danger. All of their previous efforts would go to waste. The situation was truly dire. Within the Emperor formation, a roar sounded, shaking everyone to the core. This was the fury of the reincarnation Supreme Being. His blood splashed out, his bones broken. As an ancient Supreme Being, when had he ever suffered such a great disaster? This was simply unimaginable. For someone who had been unmatched his entire life, this was a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. His other arm also flew out, forcibly severed. Blood flowed everywhere. Meanwhile, his chest seemed to have been pierced through. A powerful heart was beating, each time a fluctuation spread. It was as if a heavenly drum was being struck. Void, is it really you? I'm looking forward to it. Drinking your blood has always been my wish. Let me resolve this obsession. The Reincarnation Lord was extremely terrifying. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, he still had a cruel smile on his face. It was as if the severed arm and broken breastbone didn't belong to him as he slaughtered his way over. When he first encountered the ambush, he suffered the attacks of the Emperor Formation, Immortal Mirror, and Void. As a result, he was in an incredibly sorry state, his entire body covered in blood, almost dying. However, at this moment he already stabilized. The remaining azure gold battle clothes on his body shone. The deities inside roared, wishing to get revenge for the destruction of his body. Moreover, the Reincarnation Supreme Being believed that Stone Emperor was about to attack. At that time, he wouldn't be passively fighting in the formation, but would instead tear apart the Void, to settle his grudges and taste his Emperor blood. Void was taciturn, not saying a single word. He had a medium build and ordinary appearance. His silent appearance made him seem extraordinary within his ordinariness. Everything he did was worthy of being remembered by all living beings. There was no need to say too much. Everything he did was upright and honorable, glorious throughout the ages. He was destined to be engraved into everyone's hearts, making them cry out in grief. The celestial mirror shone, and the beam of light was like a waterfall, fiercely attacking the master of samsara. At the same time, the forbidden chapter of the Void appeared again. He put his heart into it, and his right arm felt like it was about to melt. A streak of blazing light extended outwards, splitting the entire world into 2 halves, wishing to use this to cut the Supreme Being's body in half. It's Void Realm Separation. The Reincarnation Lord released a cold snort. He saw this secret technique again. Back then, it was precisely this type of terrifying technique that separated the body and primordial spirit of the Sea of Reincarnation's other Supreme Being, melting them into nothingness. It was terrifying to the extreme, leaving him with a deep impression. Hong Long Glong. An enormous crack extended between the boundless heaven and earth. The light was like a sea, separating the 2 realms, severing heaven and earth, severing the everlasting, shattering the restrictions of time. This was a true forbidden secret technique. At this moment, it appeared again, illuminating the past, present, and future, horrifying the world. Ah! The Reincarnation Lord roared. Endless strands of immortal light shot out from his mouth. This was his technique in Tao, turning into a heavenly cycle star river diagram. Divine chains of order interweaved, extremely dazzling. One separated the 2 realms, wishing to separate him. No matter where he fled to, he would be locked down. The other wanted to mend the heavens, block up the gap between heaven and earth, erase all natural laws, making the void truly empty. The light between these two was boundless, exceptionally dazzling. Wang Long. The celestial mirror trembled, shining down endless light, joining the battle. The great formation was still there, still displaying its might, also suppressing forward. With a pu sound, blood flew out. The reincarnation lord's body was struck by the mirror light, tumbling out. Moreover, the great formation crushed him, causing him to stagger, almost falling to the ground. The void realm separation, this forbidden secret technique attacked. The light was resplendent, sweeping across his shoulder. The terrifying crack directly swallowed his shoulder blade, dripping with blood. He was almost hacked apart. The reincarnation lord groaned, his expression sinister. After achieving the Tao, this was the only time he suffered such a great loss in this battle. In the past, he was unrivaled, but this was not a defeat, but a humiliation. His entire body erupted with immortal light, the battle clothes forged from feather azure gold in tens of thousands of streaks, auspicious colors surging out. Terrifying battle force surged out like a sea, wreaking havoc between heaven and earth. That was his origin law whistling. The three realms reincarnation, the past, the present, and the future alternated, sweeping through the void, sending him flying. Blood gushed out from his mouth, and some of his bones deformed. The Supreme Being was going all out. The reincarnation lord was furious, going completely berserk. It was as if he had returned to the night before he achieved the Tao, fighting a bloody battle against a great enemy of the entire universe. His spirit and fighting spirit had risen to the peak of his life. And at this moment, his primordial spirit rumbled, shining with immortal splendor. This was a sign that he would ascend to the peak at any time, returning to the throne. Of course, he was hesitant, restraining himself. After all, the price of doing so was too great. After this battle, he would inevitably wither away. The great battle continued, and the void was still growing stronger, as if it had truly returned. It beat the reincarnation Supreme Being until blood splashed everywhere, and his body was badly damaged. Although it could be restored in an instant, the essence energy used to treat the Emperor physique was so precious that it tore their hearts apart. "Can you kill me?" The reincarnation lord laughed cruelly. "During the desolate era, the void could kill supreme beings, and in this era, I can do the same." The void didn't speak easily, but this time, he spoke with a murderous voice, resounding through the heavens. Before his death, this promise would be fulfilled. All spirits felt this, continuously praying. Their thoughts turned into the most surging will force, supporting Void's body, making his Emperor Tao laws shine with a brilliance similar to that of the past. Everyone howled in grief. Will force was a miraculous thing. The Void sensed their fear and despair, and they also seemed to be able to see everything that was happening here. All spirits kowtowed, prostrating themselves in this direction, continuously praying. The will force that turned into a sea continued to support him, praying for the Void Emperor to defeat all opponents. Pooh! The reincarnation Supreme Being felt as if he was facing the Void Emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and not a replacement. This battle was actually this difficult. He was actually going to be beaten until he exploded. Flowers of blood blossomed one after another. Before the Void's forbidden secret technique, he suffered serious injuries. If he didn't return to the peak, perhaps he would fall here. How many people had seen the arms of emperors and emperors broken? And now, it was really happening. The Void was going to kill the reincarnation Supreme Being. In this apocalyptic despair, he created the only hope, revealing the dawn of victory. A world-shocking explosion occurred. A rain of blood flew everywhere, bones were broken, and the reincarnation lord was sent flying. The Void's Emperor fist almost shattered him, making the world wail. In that instant he returned. That gaze was no different from the Void Emperor of the past, and the fluctuations of his primordial spirit were almost the same. The Void Emperor within the blood of the Ji family had revived. Ah! The reincarnation Supreme Being roared, his entire body shining. Failure wasn't his choice, and being unrivaled under the heavens was his life's conviction. He would rather pay the price to return to the peak than kill the Void Emperor, even if he himself had to die in the end. However, the Void's forbidden secret technique was too terrifying. When his palm descended, the entire world trembled. The radiance of the immortal mirror almost locked the reincarnation lord in place, preventing him from advancing smoothly. A large rain of blood flew everywhere. The Void Emperor's fist and the immortal mirror actually fused together and shone, destroying everything in their way, including the ancient supreme beings. Another supreme forbidden secret technique. The reincarnation lord adjusted his state. His eyes were cold to the extreme as he did his best to resist. However, when facing the person who had almost become the true void of the past, he fell into a passive state of death and was about to be consigned to eternal damnation. With a pu sound, the Void Emperor's fist and the immortal mirror fused, shattering half of the reincarnation supreme being's body. Flesh and blood were everywhere, and he was sent flying. The Void moved forward, wanting to kill his primordial spirit. At this time, the Emperor formation, the immortal mirror, and the Void were synchronized. They all reached the peak, forcibly preventing the reincarnation lord from returning to the peak. They wanted to kill him in this final attack. This would definitely shake the ages. After a long time, the Void Emperor was awakened by all living beings. He once again fought for his people, and he would once again kill an ancient supreme being. The Void Emperor, regardless of whether it was in the past or now, alive or dead, has always been protecting his people. He will pacify the chaos in all directions. You have to succeed. This was the call of all living beings. The will of the entire universe came to support him, causing the Void's battle power to surge. Even though his appearance was ordinary, the power of a great emperor was undoubtedly displayed. He suppressed downwards, about to kill the reincarnation supreme being. Long. A black halberd hacked into the formation, opening up a gap. The stone emperor slaughtered his way in, immediately causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. He was like an unrivaled demonic god. His eyes released cold lightning as he brandished the halberd, cutting apart heaven and earth. He left behind a terrifying wound on the back of the Void, almost splitting it open. Even his bones were split open. The reincarnation lord suffered serious injuries, but he still managed to avoid a fatal blow. His head was a bit shattered, but his primordial spirit was preserved. He stood up from the pool of blood, laughing cruelly while dripping blood. Void, you failed at the last moment. The reincarnation lord's face was full of ruthlessness. He stomped down, shattering heaven and earth. Together with the stone emperor, they destroyed the great formation that had long been cracked. The great formation's materials weren't good. The Void Emperor didn't have enough immortal materials back then. After endless years passed, even though the formation wasn't destroyed, in a battle of this level, after suffering the attacks of several people, it still collapsed. The Void faced the two of them, blood dripping from his back. His bones were connected together, but he still remained silent. In the end, he only said a single sentence: "The Void has never been weaker than anyone in this life." Then, his eyes erupted with two blazing beams of light. He slaughtered his way over, actually going to fight the two of them alone. Cold laughter rang out. 3 unrivaled demonic figures appeared. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and Chi Tian Supreme Being pressed over together. All of them were tall and intimidating, like 3 demonic gods from before the world was created. They fought against the Emperor weapons while slaughtering their way over. This is but a true Emperor body that has undergone rebirth. It contains the most precious Emperor Dao laws. Do you too want to hog it all for yourselves? The 3 of them were surging with killing intent. They had long been injured, their bodies covered in blood from the Emperor weapons. After all, there were just too many Emperor weapons, but they still pressed over. It was clear that they viewed the Void Emperor as prey, wishing to participate in the hunt and kill the great Emperor. The life essence energy they needed, if it was provided by a great Emperor, then that would be the most abundant surprise, bringing them tremendous benefits. The Void could sense all living beings through the sea of will force, and all living beings could also sense his situation. Many people were alarmed, crying out loudly in grief. Who can fight shoulder to shoulder with the Void Emperor? Who can lend the Void Emperor a helping hand? Heavens, how unfair are you? Why does the Void Emperor always have to face so many great enemies? Is he going to repeat the same mistakes, fight a bloody battle to the death? The entire world was in mourning. Chapter 1595. In the depths of the universe, where the Jiang clan had retreated, a handsome young man with peerless charm stood up with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He said, "Everything is ready. I have integrated the Eternal Universe Great Emperor's Remnant Seal into the faith energy of living beings. It's time for me to move. Ife. His grandfather grabbed his arm. His tears were turbid, and his eyes were filled with regret and sadness. He knew that the most outstanding disciple of the clan was going to use his life to fulfill the responsibility of a great emperor's descendant, and he would never return. The young man was Jiang Ife, the current leader of the Jiang clan. He was extremely talented and easily defeated the clan's god physique. His real combat ability was enough to show disdain for his peers in the Big Dipper clan. However, he didn't show his strength and kept a low profile. No one knew how strong he was. However, those who knew him well could only describe him as unfathomable. Since the ancestor's bloodline has been revived in my body, I need to use my life to explain it. I need to let the Hangyu Great Emperor return and settle the darkest chaos in history. Jiang Ife had a kind of otherworldly appearance. He still had a gentle smile on his face without a trace of sadness. He was still aloof and elegant. Ife. Many elders in the clan said with trembling voices. However, they could only call out this name. They had no way to stop it. Now, who else in the Great Emperor's clan could fight? Until now, only the Ji clan and the Jiang clan still had the imprint of their ancestors. They could still use the life fragments in their clan's bloodline to revive the Great Emperor for a while. This is the moment. Jiang Ife stood up decisively and soared into the sky. I'll wait for you, Ife. I believe you can come back. A woman shouted from behind. Her face was full of tears, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She didn't have a high cultivation level or a strong physique. She was almost an ordinary person. She couldn't even be considered to have stepped on the path of cultivation. However, she walked together with the peerless Jiang Ife. She couldn't stop him, and she wouldn't stop him. She could only stand there and look at the starry sky. She crossed her arms and prayed with tears in her eyes, hoping that he could come back alive. Jiang Yifei's body trembled. He didn't look back. He paused for a moment and said, "In this dark age, you must take care of yourself and raise Feng Er into a man." I know. That woman wept in grief. She watched as that exceptional figure disappeared into the depths of the cosmos. She wept loudly, kneeling on the ground. Behind her, a little boy appeared. He looked to be only 3 or 4 years old. "Mother, don't cry. Father will come back." He stretched out his tender little hands to help the woman wipe her tears, but there were also sparkling and translucent tears that appeared, sliding down his tender cheeks. "I'm not crying. Good child, let's wait for your father to come back together." Behind them stood many elders, all of them silent, no one saying anything. They could already foresee the result. Feng Er be good. Jiang Kaixian appeared and picked up the little boy. Then, she helped her sister-in-law up. In the sky, Jiang Ife transformed into a beam of eternal light. He held the eternal universe furnace in his hand, and his entire body was burning. The furnace was bright red, and it was sprinkled with the blood of everyone in the clan. As for himself, he would fuse into his ancestor's body, using his own soul, bones, and blood to awaken the potential of the emperor's physique of the past. He would regain control of the emperor's Tao laws, allowing the life fragments and great Tao of the eternal universe great emperor in his clan's bloodline to gather once again. Boom! In the sky, a white-robed figure appeared. He held the leaf fire divine furnace in his hand, and in an instant, tens of thousands of zhong of light burst forth. He came close and fused with the eternal universe divine furnace, and the two furnaces became one. Divine King. Jiang Yifei bowed deeply after seeing him. Jiang Taishu helped him up and took the eternal universe divine furnace. His intention was clear. He wanted to fuse with the Tao laws and carry out the blood sacrifice. Divine King, Ancestor Xian, only I can go today. You can't go. The bloodline of the Jiang clan still needs your protection. Jiang Yifei was unwilling. You're still young. Go back. Don't let Feng Er wait for too long. Don't let the woman who has been waiting for you guard in silence for the rest of her life, the white-robed Divine King said softly. He patted his shoulder and tore open the void, about to banish him back to the Jiang clan. No, in this life, there can't be any accidents. My awakening is a blessing from the heavens. The bloodline of my ancestors has completely recovered in my body. Even my appearance is the same. This is not a coincidence. The emperor of my clan died in battle in the Age of Darkness. Only I am the most suitable. Please let me go. Zhang Yifei was not as gentle as before. At this moment, he was very determined to go. My body contains the hope of the eternal universe great emperor's resurrection. Only I can do it. Although you have great achievements, you are not the most suitable candidate, Zhang Yifei said loudly. The white-robed divine king Jiang Taishu did not say anything. This was indeed the case, and there was no time to waste. He immediately brought Zhang Yifei with him and flew into the depths of the universe. The eternal universe divine furnace erupted with the most dazzling light. Psychokinesis was a mysterious thing, and it was also a power that people could not understand. Otherwise, the undying heavenly emperor would not have created a divine fetus and studied it for a lifetime. Also, the Amitabha great emperor would not have gathered the power of faith to create immortality. And now, when everyone was in despair, they could not help but think of the ancient great emperor. He really made the void return and carried out the final battle, even though he would disappear forever in the long river of time. And the other great emperors were naturally remembered and thought of. When the Jiang clan sent a wisp of their imperial imprint into that ocean-like psychokinesis, everyone's call for the eternal universe divine king reached its strongest. The eternal universe great emperor has returned. In this boundless heaven and earth, there were cries everywhere. It was like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood, wanting to desperately hold onto it and use their lives to shout. Rumble! Shino awakened, and there was endless sharpness in the depths of his eyes. A radiance that even the sun, moon, and stars were about to lose their splendor blossomed. His entire aura became who knew how many times stronger. He was controlling a few emperor weapons in battle, and those weapons were all willing to do as they wished. And now, he broke free and faced the supreme being in front of him alone. Moreover, the heaven and earth exploded. The eternal universe furnace flew over like the light of hope. It illuminated the darkness and warmed the cold universe, cutting open the shackles of eternity. No one could stop it. The divine king and Zhang Yifei appeared, holding the emperor furnace forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. Their bodies were covered in blood as they sacrificed themselves to fuse with the person in front of them. I have returned. A desolate voice shook the universe. The light in Shino's eyes became even more resplendent as he erupted with true emperor might. Primal chaos chi exploded from millions and millions of li. The ancestor's life continues in our blood. Now let it truly awaken. The divine king and Jiang Yifei shouted. They rushed forward and finally collided with that person. No one could stop them. The eternal universe furnace erupted with its most powerful state in history. Clanging sounds rang out as it saw its former master. It was as if it had returned to the primordial era and was longing for an emperor battle. The other emperor weapons were also resonating, protecting at the side. Light rushed into the heavens. Immortal light burst forth. In the final instant, the three figures fused into one. But in the end, after the bloodline power was fused, Zhang Yifei fell out again. Go back. Don't let those who waited for you feel sad because they waited for you for a lifetime in vain. It's enough for the Jiang clan to have you. That was the divine king's final words. Divine king. Zhang Yifei howled in grief. He didn't expect that at the final instant, the power of his bloodline would be transferred and pushed out by the divine king. He was clearer than anyone what the consequences of doing this were. This indicated that the divine king would no longer have a chance to reappear. By allowing Zhang Yifei to escape, he had severed his final hope of reappearing in the world. There was only a single thread of hope left. This was a thread of hope in the face of the destruction of the world. He had severed his own path, leaving it to Zhang Yifei. The eternal universe furnace trembled, smashing apart the void and blasting Zhang Yifei into it. Zhang Yifei vanished into the darkness of the void, vanishing from this place. So what if this is the case? Can an additional eternal universe furnace really be enough to defy the heavens? It's merely creating an Emperor Dao expert. I will only feel more satisfied when I taste the Emperor's blood and Emperor laws. A true Emperor's law fragment will appear in your blood. It would be extremely beneficial to our immortal foundations. The heaven-abandoning paragon coldly spoke. His eyes flickered with coldness as ruthlessness was written all over his face. Good. We now have a true emperor's body and he's also our enemy. The five of us will split it equally, and it will be sufficient to nourish our immortal foundations. The light and darkness paragon laughed cruelly, He had no fear at all. With a thunderous boom, the divine furnace forged from phoenix blood directly smashed over. Hung Yu was extremely domineering, directly aiming for the kill. With a bang, the ancient golden staff in the light and darkness paragon's right hand trembled violently, causing his arm to turn numb as blood flowed from the webbing between his thumb and index finger. He was forced to summon all the Emperor Dao laws in his body to resist. Heng Yu, I've long heard that you are very mysterious. You fought against the entire Origin ancient mine alone and seem to have interacted with the greatest schemer since ancient times, protecting the peace of the mortal world. As expected, you have some methods. The light and darkness paragon coldly spoke. Is that person really still alive? You brought the scarlet phoenix blood gold, a supreme immortal material that he loves the most, to the absolute beginning forbidden area to refine weapons. You're trying to force him to prove that he's still alive, right? There's no need to ask. He once left behind the phoenix blood gold in the absolute beginning forbidden grounds. That person didn't take it, so he definitely isn't in the Big Dipper region. Also, do you all really think that the person before you is Heng Yu? The Divine Ruins Lord coldly spoke. Kill the two of them and everything will be clear. Why is there a need to ask so many questions? Their blood and souls will become the divine essence that nourishes our immortal foundations. The reincarnation sovereign was covered in blood as he fought in the air. At this moment, he spoke cruelly. At this time, they weren't fighting for the Emperor Dao, but for longevity, for the sake of prolonging their lives. Killing Emperor-level prey, their methods would naturally be extremely cruel. However, even though their words were confident, they still paid a great price. Because of the Emperor weapons attacks, almost every single one of them was covered in blood, suffering injuries. In fact, if they were careless, they might even be forced to sublimate to the extreme in order to neutralize it. Hence, in this intense battle, even the 5 great paragons didn't dare to be careless. Everything would come to an end. Everything would come to an end. At this point, another Emperor weapon was shattered. It was because not only were the 5 great paragons fighting, they also had weapons, so the pressure on them wasn't that great. In the depths of the starry sky, Ji Ziyue was watching from afar. She still didn't know that Ji Hao Yue had been sent into the depths of the void by Ji Zi and didn't die. On this day, not only did she send off her brother, she also sent off Yi Fan. In a single day, 2 people were injured, their hearts broken. Both of them were going to die, with almost no hope of survival. In a single day, she lost 2 of the most important people. Her heart was broken, and she couldn't stop her tears. In the eyes of the supreme beings, perhaps I am just a particle, perhaps I am just an ant, but I will release my voice, use my angry roar, use my actions to resist. Big Dipper region, Yi Fan returned, roaring loudly. The universe was in turmoil, the world was bleeding, and one race after another was suffering. In particular, the roar of the great completion divine physique when he died in battle unexpectedly reached his heart. This was a mental message that transcended galaxies. In an instant, he understood many things. He entered the ancient forbidden area to gather medicine with the tacit approval of the great completion divine physique. Otherwise, he could leave, but he definitely couldn't bring the medicine away. He silently watched him grow, but didn't interfere. He hoped that he could tread his own path and not follow the path of all the divine physiques. Ah! Yi Fan shouted. The great completion divine physique's death and Dao transformation deeply shocked him. It was truly engraved in his heart, causing his blood to surge. At that time, his body almost exploded from his own blood. Even if I am a moth flying into a flame, even if my body is crushed, I have no fear. I will prove that I existed, that I have fought, that I am unyielding. The path of life, the roar of millions and millions of ants, will make the world tremble in the end. Yi Fan angrily roared. He arrived outside the sacred cliff. He wanted to ascend this blood-soaked peak, take away a few things, and then go into the universe to fight. Chapter 1596. The former glory had all come to an end. The present Big Dipper was lifeless. There were bloodstains and corpses everywhere, forming seas and mountains. This was the most miserable scene of the apocalypse. The ancient land of life was in pieces. Many things no longer existed and could never return. They were forever erased without a trace. It was unknown how much blood and bones they had seen along the way. Yi Fan stood outside the sacred cliff and clenched his fists tightly. In this dark chaos, Human life was truly more worthless than grass, making one feel grief and indignation. Behind him was the Black Emperor. It had come to break the formation patterns, so entering the sacred cliff with it was the safest choice. Apart from that, there was also the little girl. She possessed a strange ability that would always appear at the crucial moment. Big brother. The little girl's large eyes were filled with tears. Everything she had seen along the way made her eyes glisten. This tragedy was unbearable for a child. There's someone. Yi Fan's hair stood on end. He directly took out the green copper cauldron, which emitted a sparkling light that enveloped this place. His expression became serious because there was naturally an extremely dangerous fluctuation. There was a powerful character coming with hostility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly used the immortal cauldron. Heh, your intuition is quite sharp. At the sacred cliff, a hazy sphere of light appeared. A tall figure appeared, and an ocean-like pressure instantly descended. The terrifying aura, powerful energy fluctuations, and dense killing intent indicated that this was a supreme expert. It was as if an ancient heavenly dragon was looking down on ants. This kind of arrogance and transcendent attitude was somewhat dazzling. He did not conceal his sharpness at all. Emperor Qi pervaded the air, making it extremely terrifying. This was a quasi-emperor. Yi Fan had never thought that after the Great Calamity, there would still be such a terrifying character here. He clearly showed hostility and killing intent towards him. You are the divine physique Yi Fan? He asked indifferently. Yes, and who are you? Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice. Divine Court's Vice Sect Master, Yu Huatian. His expression was cold. The mist around him was hazy, and chaotic force surged. A powerful aura surged forward, intimidating everyone. If it was a normal great sage, he would have directly collapsed, turning into a bloody mist and crushed bones. This was the tremendous pressure that came from the quasi-emperor. It could definitely crush all ants. The green copper cauldron shone, releasing kung-chong sounds, releasing powerful fluctuations. Immortal splendor scattered down, protecting Yi Fan, not moving at all. However, his mind was not calm, not expecting to meet the other party here and now. The Imperial Lord of the Divine Court had once issued an edict for him to have an audience with him, but he had refused. Moreover, he had destroyed the Tao foundation of that arrogant messenger, causing him to fall from the realm of the great sage. Naturally, there was enmity between them. Then, this vice sect master drafted an edict, his words forceful, telling him to go to the Divine Court to receive his punishment, or else he would be slaughtered for millions and millions of li until he died. This was really unexpected. In this dark turmoil, experts from all sides were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring, fleeing for their lives. They never thought that they would meet Yu Huatian, the deputy cult master of the Divine Court, at the source of the dark turmoil, the Northern Dipper. To be more precise, he wanted to leave from this place. It was clear that the Divine Court's deputy cult master Yu Huatian was extremely daring. When the various rulers were panicking, he was extremely shrewd, quietly hurrying to the bloodland where chaos had taken place, staying right near the various supreme beings' lairs. This was indeed quite daring. One had to admit that the current Northern Dipper could still be considered safe. Many supreme beings didn't return. This place that seemed to be the most dangerous was actually the most peaceful pure land. Right now, he was going to leave. It was because he reckoned that many supreme beings would return soon, so he couldn't stay here for too long. He could only temporarily avoid disaster. This old thing really is more slippery than a fried dough stick. The Black Emperor cursed silently, inwardly cursing. Encountering a quasi-emperor in this place, moreover with such strong hostility, wasn't a good thing. If he ascended the sacred cliff and obtained what he needed, then that was that, he wouldn't have to fear him. However, things were a bit bad now. What did you come here for? Yu Huatian asked coldly, not hiding his killing intent at all. He was going to take action. Yi Fan's expression was calm. The darkness turmoil is coming, so I have to do my part. You. Ha 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 ha. Yu Huatian laughed loudly towards the sky. The chaotic energy around his body spread, and then his laughter suddenly stopped. He said with disdain, even an ant like you dares to boast shamelessly? What can you do? No matter how small an ant is, I can still do my part. I'm not strong enough, but I want to make my voice heard. Even if I die in battle, I want to prove that I fought before. Yi Fan coldly replied. What use is that? You are just an ant, so you can only die in vain, making others laugh at you, haha. Yu Huatian laughed loudly, his face full of mockery. At least I made my voice heard, used my angry roars, used my actions to resist. If everyone in the world was like you, like the overlord body, then there really wouldn't be the slightest bit of hope. Yi Fan said coldly. The smile on Yu Huatian's face became even stronger, but his voice became sinister. Even if you had 10,000 lives and slaughtered your way over, you still wouldn't be able to make a splash. Laughable to the extreme. I'm not strong. You are strong enough, and the Lord of the Celestial Court behind you is even stronger. He is about to achieve the path and has the ability to fight against the ancient supreme beings. If you can ask him to come out, you can at least make him bleed. Why? Why do we have to fight? Yu Huatian's expression became cold. I believe that the two of you aren't the only ones who are exceptionally strong. If you are all unyielding and go help the Void Emperor, lend him a hand, then maybe you can change the situation. The roars of billions of ants will make even the heaven and earth tremble. However, if everyone is silent, then it will be the sorrow of all living beings. At this point, Yi Fan was expressionless. Even though he already knew the result, he still said it. Ha ha ha. Yu Huatian couldn't help but laugh. Then, his expression turned cold. If you want to die, then go yourself. No, let me send you on your way so you don't have to bear the pain of losing your essence and blood soul. Rebelling against the Celestial Court, you have committed the great crime of killing without pardon. Today, I will deal with you according to the law. The Black Emperor's expression was ugly. He had seen people who could make his black heart beat in anger, but he had never made his heart boil like this. In this dark and chaotic world, it was understandable that he didn't do his best. Everyone had different ways of thinking, but he was still so despicable. When others wanted to do their part, it was one thing for him to mock and ridicule them, but he even wanted to kill them. This was truly unforgivable. Scram! The large black dog shouted angrily, directly laying out a few killing formations. Originally, he had wanted Yi Fan to take him on his way. Even though it wouldn't be of much use, it was still a token of his sincerity. The true quasi-emperor was a person of another cultivation realm. Yu Huatian was who knew how many times stronger than the old magical snake, so how could he kill him just like that? He took a step forward, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. He blocked the formation and didn't fall down, not being trapped within. Normally, you give orders and stand above all, but when I really need you, you are even worse than dog shit. Yi Fan directly cursed. The Black Emperor ground his teeth, and didn't say anything. The expression of the deputy sect master of the Divine Court was cold, and he said, "It's useless to say anything. I only know that you are about to die, and I will take your head right now and sacrifice it to the Divine Court. This is the result of not respecting the divine decree. A person like you also wants to rule over the universe and rebuild the ancient heaven? What a fool's dream. Shameless and despicable, I look down on you," Yi Fan said disdainfully. Yu Huatian took a step forward, and was about to kill Yi Fan. Moreover, he stared at the green copper cauldron, and the flames of greed in the depths of his eyes were scorching like the sun, blazing and pressing. Big brother. Little Nan Nan grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, and peeked out her small head from behind him. She looked forward, and was incredibly worried. Then she ran in front of him, stretched out a pair of small arms to protect him, and shouted angrily, "Don't hurt big brother." Nan Nan, don't worry, the despicable have no face, we have feet, he can't do anything to us. Yi Fan carried her and was about to enter the holy cliff with the Black Emperor. Just as Yu Huatian was about to make a move, he suddenly shivered. After staring at little Nan Nan, the more he looked, the more terrified he became. A layer of goosebumps actually grew all over his body, and after probing with his divine sense, he actually felt as if he had fallen into an endless black abyss. He couldn't help but cry out loudly, and retreat in shock. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor's figures flashed, and taking advantage of this opportunity, they directly entered the area of the holy cliff. According to the formation map held by the Black Emperor, they advanced step by step towards the old blood-stained land. This way. In reality, the Black Emperor's formation map didn't even need to be taken out. Once they entered, little Nan Nan's eyes sparkled brightly, and she extended her white little hand to point the way forward. Just like when they entered the Undying Mountain back then, she seemed to have awakened once again, and could see through all the Tao patterns. Outside the restricted area, Yu Huatian stared at their backs. His eyes were cold and confused, and a cold light flashed. He didn't leave, but waited outside. He believed that Yi Fan definitely wouldn't come here for no reason. He had long heard that there might be 9 secrets here, and that there might be immortal treasures. A cold expression appeared on his face as he quietly waited outside. That little girl terrified him. He saw some of the real scenes, but he believed that if he suddenly attacked, killing Yi Fan wouldn't be a problem. I'm just guessing. I can't be sure that it's here. I only heard the Great Emperor say something about it, but I didn't understand it at that time. The Black Emperor said. The Great Emperor he was talking about was naturally Wuxia. Doggy, you must remember carefully. Big Brother knows that he will die, but he still wants to fight with his life. I don't want anything to happen to him. You have to think of a way. Little Nan Nan said seriously with tears in her eyes. Finally they reached the main peak. On the way, they met a few ancient figures standing on the mountain, their bodies submerged in mist. They are all extremely powerful figures. Even though they comprehended the Tao, time doesn't spare anyone. In the end, they all passed away. In reality, they were already considered lucky. Even more people died on the way, and those who were lucky enough to reach this place were few in number. Along the way, they were careful and cautious. Finally, they reached the peak of the cliff and arrived at this place once again. Yi Fan opened the giant coffin. 2 corpses were lying inside. There was blood and evil inside, and the scene was extremely miserable. One of them was the master of the celestial court, an unparalleled and powerful figure. However, his death was extremely miserable. He was strangled to death by a large success holy body with green hair all over his body. Yi Fan came for the corpse of the large success holy body, and also for the things carved by the great Emperor Wuxia. He wanted to search carefully. According to the Black Emperor, Wuxia should have left something behind back then. This corpse was truly demonic and incomparably terrifying. In a trance, his eyes seemed to have opened, revealing a cold glint. However, this was not a real scene. It was just a type of evil energy. Now, after a long period of time had passed, this place was already very peaceful, and there was nothing else. Yi Fan suppressed him with the green copper cauldron. Even though it was damaged, it was still equivalent to an emperor weapon. It was an emperor's immortal weapon, so it naturally had no problem suppressing evil and releasing evil. Even though you are already the great sage and can't be mentioned in the same breath as before, you can't stay in this body for too long. Otherwise, you won't need the Ji Zun to make a move, and you will be in danger. At that time, even the gods won't be able to save you. The Black Emperor warned seriously, his expression extremely serious. He had no way of approaching. Only Yi Fan could approach the powerful large success holy body, because Yi Fan had activated the secret realm of cultivating the holy body, so he could touch it. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to do anything at all. They definitely wouldn't be able to touch the corpse, let alone enter it. It's a pity that he lost too much blood and dyed the holy cliff red. He isn't at the peak of his body, or else even you wouldn't be able to approach him. The Black Emperor's mood was complicated. Yi Fan nodded. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything left behind by Wuxia in this place. There was nothing there. I know it might be there. The Black Emperor's eyes revealed a faint light, and said, even though doing that is disrespectful to the great Emperor Wuxia, there is no other way. Then don't delay any further. Go immediately. Yi Fan urged. Brat, you have to understand that even if you have a heaven-piercing cultivation, you will undoubtedly die if you leave like this. Even if you use the things left behind by the great Emperor Wuxia to fight, it will still be difficult to change your fate and outcome. You will lose your life. I have already decided that I will only do my part. I have fought, and I have no regrets. Yi Fan said resolutely and decisively. With the arrival of the dark turmoil, there was no pure land in the world. He wanted to use his own blood and soul to explain the unyielding spirit of this era. He had once existed, and he had once fought. When they were about to walk out of the holy cliff area, little Nan Nan stretched out her small hand and pointed forward, saying, that bad guy is hiding outside. Chapter 1597. Yi Fan opened his origin heavenly eyes and saw a hazy light. Yu Huatian hadn't left yet and was actually waiting outside. It was clear that he wanted to hunt him down. One can't have no bottom line. I'm like a moth flying into a flame, rushing into the cosmos to fight. Even though my power is insignificant, I'm still doing my part. Meanwhile, you don't care about the darkness chaos and want to kill me here. What a divine court, Yu Huatian. Yi Fan was truly furious. Even though this person was a quasi-emperor, he was still spurned by him. Even though this person had emperor energy rising, he still loathed and looked down on him. What did you take out from the sacred cliff? Yu Huatian's eyes flickered. He didn't care about anything else and only cared about this. There was a type of desire in the depths of his eyes. Something that could make Yi Fan come here in this dark era was definitely world-shocking. I took out a supreme treasure that can fight against a supreme being. Do you want it? Yi Fan asked coldly. Are you trying to scare me? Why wouldn't I want it? I'm waiting here precisely to send you on your way. No matter what it is, just leave it behind. Yu Huatian said coldly. Even though that little girl was terrifying and had a terrifying background, he still wanted to take action to avoid her and quickly get rid of Yi Fan. Fine, I'll give it to you. Yi Fan roared angrily. His hair stood on end, every strand pointing towards the sky. Golden blood energy rushed into the heavens along with waves of red multicolored light. There was a huge beam of light at the top of his head, shattering the dome of heaven. This was the power of his bloodline, the foundation of his unrivaled physical body. A corpse appeared, falling out from the cauldron. Its entire body was covered in green hair, and its appearance was extremely terrifying. It stood there majestically, its aura suppressing the world. This was the great completion saint physique of the past. He had once fought against Undying Mountain, cutting off a black ancient mountain and turning it into a sacred cliff. He fought a bloody battle for his entire life, his name resounding throughout the ages. Unfortunately, in the end, his body declined due to old age, and his blood energy was no longer abundant. He was killed by the undying Taoist in his later years, dyeing the sacred cliff red. This was the hero of the past, only his fate was tragic, becoming like this. Originally, his divine might should have been matchless, looking down on the world, but now he could only be covered in green hair, horrifying the world. Yi Fan's primordial spirit did not enter the body, but his entire body. The blood of this body had already turned cold, the sea of bitterness had already dried up, the immortal platform no longer existed. However, as Yi Fan merged with it, his entire body shone, and then rumbled with noise. The sound of blood flowing was like thunder. An unmatched hero was reviving, as if he was going to wake up from his slumber. This corpse was glowing, just like the second-rate holy body that Yi Fan had when he entered the Green Flood Dragon King's treasure house. It made the dried-up samsara surge again. The sacred body was connected by blood. Yi Fan felt that he and this body were born as one, as if they had never been separated. Bas! It directly pierced through the 9 great heavens, its power endless murderous calamity. This body shone with resplendent radiance, the surging sounds of blood sounding like the angry roar of a great sea, absolutely deafening. Yi Fan merged with this body. That azure lotus in his sea of reincarnation directly took root in the body of the sacred body, causing a vast ocean to churn, resplendent and resplendent. The vitality of this body seemed to have recovered. Only the immortal platform was dim, without any luster at all. That was because his soul had already died, dissipating into thin air. Everything happened in the time it takes for sparks to fly off a flint, giving no time for others to react. Yi Fan rushed out. He could sense how powerful this body was. Just the fleshly body alone was enough to destroy this entire star region. The green copper cauldron also followed him, hovering above his head, protecting his frontal bone. Brilliant immortal light cascaded downwards, protecting his immortal platform from attacks. Yu Huatian was very powerful. He was a quasi-emperor. Although the time he spent in this realm wasn't very long, he had long stabilized his cultivation base. He also prepared to rush over. In the end, he didn't expect that a thunderous boom would ring out. Yi Fan merged with a body, radiating resplendent light as he took the initiative to rush over. In just an instant, his opponent already arrived before him. He swiftly punched out. This was the true might of a quasi-emperor, causing the heavens and earth to crumble. If it wasn't for the Saint Cliff behind him being protected by the Great Emperor formation, the shockwaves would definitely have destroyed everything. However, This tyrannical punch didn't have the effect it should have. It was completely ignored by that person who rushed over. That person lifted a gigantic green hand and directly grabbed over. Damn! Yu Huatian was shocked. He hurriedly dodged because that was a sacred body at the Grand Perfection. Although he had never personally seen it before, he could definitely guess that this was someone from the ancient era who could fight against immortal emperors. Competing against a sacred body at the Grand Perfection stage was simply courting death. Even if he became a quasi-emperor, he still wouldn't be able to do so. Xiao! He retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, Yi Fan's speed was just as astonishing. The Dimension's secret art represented the pinnacle of this domain, and it almost touched upon the domain of time. And now, Yi Fan was even displaying it with a sacred body at the Grand Perfection stage. This kind of speed was simply too terrifying. Even time seemed to be flowing in reverse. Yi Fan was like a shadow, chasing after the quasi-emperor and slapping out with his palm. He had no way to compare his primordial spirit with his opponent because he hadn't reached that realm. Only his physical body was invincible at this moment. This was something that belonged to people like them. When their physiques were cultivated to the peak, they could destroy everything in close combat. Yu Huatian clearly sensed Yi Fan's weakness. His entire body erupted with light as divine chains of order shot out, rushing towards Yi Fan's skull, wanting to pierce through his immortal foundation. However, it was clearly impossible. The green copper cauldron hung there, emitting immortal light that blocked everything. However, little Nan Nan at the back didn't understand. Her intuition told her that the quasi-emperor was much stronger than Yi Fan's original body. Hence, she cried out in fear, "Don't hurt big brother." Her tender cries actually contained a mysterious power. A large portion of the light emitted by Yu Huatian's primordial spirit immediately dimmed. His primordial spirit was in intense pain as if it was about to explode. At this moment, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He was the quasi-emperor. Who could injure him like this? There was only one answer. When he thought of this result, his entire body convulsed. He turned around and left. However, his primordial spirit was unstable and in incomparable pain. He was actually injured by the cries just now. Behind him, the Black Emperor saw everything clearly because little Nan Nan was right in front of him. His sharp spiritual sense allowed him to capture a strand of multicolored light flying out from the space between little Nan Nan's brows. As she cried, it pierced into Yu Huatian's body. Pow! At this time, Yi Fan's large hand swung down like the heaven-overturning seal. It was incomparably huge and unstoppable as it firmly struck the quasi-emperor's back. Blood blossomed everywhere as bones were broken and tendons snapped. Without any suspense, Yi Fan's palm strike was too heavy. It struck through the quasi-emperor's back and came out from the front. Yu Huatian's chest was fractured and blood splattered everywhere. He looked extremely miserable. The power of this strike shocked the human world. He cried out loudly and felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. His primordial spirit woke up from its stupor and was about to rush up and leave his physical body. This was because being pressed down by a complete divine physique at such a close distance was no different from death. He had to stay far away. Unfortunately, what awaited him was the green copper cauldron that directly smashed down. Even though it was damaged, it was not weaker than an emperor weapon. Ah! Yu Huatian cried out loudly. His soul was about to scatter. He tried to shatter the small green figure on his own, wanting to scatter and escape. In the end it was futile. Under the envelopment of the green light, his primordial spirit quickly melted like snow encountering fire. In the end, Yi Fan saved a piece for him and grabbed it in his hand. He really wanted to know where the Emperor Lord was, but in the end, he didn't find anything. The multicolored light shook, and the final primordial spirit turned into ashes. Yi Fan withdrew his palm and threw the corpse onto the ground. The deputy sect master of the divine court, a quasi-emperor, was killed just like that. It was simply like a dream. If news of this got out, it would be very hard to believe. Blood was flowing, and the corpse was still warm. The bloody truth was laid out in front of him, but even Yi Fan himself was a bit stunned. "You deserve to die." In the end, he only spat out these 3 words. If it wasn't for Nan Nan, he should be able to escape. The Black Emperor walked over and began to seriously analyze the power of the complete divine physique's body with Yi Fan. The strength of the physical body was one thing, but it didn't preserve the corresponding Supreme Being's law fragment. This was a shortcoming. If Yi Fan were to use this to fight, it would only be a tragic end. Moreover, this body has lost too much blood essence. It has dyed the sacred cliff red, and it is a bit weaker than it was back then. This was the truth. Otherwise, even Yi Fan with his divine physique wouldn't be able to approach this strange and powerful body. He would be blasted away by the emperor-level aura. Let's go, Yi Fan said. He didn't have much of a choice, so he would do as much as he could. They arrived at the Purple Mountain. This place had long since collapsed, but unfortunately, it was still empty and they didn't discover anything. Then it can only be that place. If you are disrespectful to the great emperor, then so be it. Hurry over immediately. In any case, you have seen those two bodies with your own eyes. The Black Emperor said. Yi Fan, Little Nan Nan, and the Black Emperor rushed straight to the old place of the Jade Pool. They went deep into the celestial pool and went straight down to the ninth heaven to see the Western Emperor again. In addition, there was also a majestic body covered in golden hair accompanying him. In that special area, it released an immortal emperor-level aura. Last time, Yi Fan couldn't get close, but this time, he could get close after entering the body of the large success divine physique. He saw the heroes that were buried together. The Western Emperor was shrouded in primal chaos. It was hazy and still couldn't be seen clearly. The large success divine physique was covered in golden hair, so he couldn't see through it either. Their divine appearances were extraordinary, and they emitted an unrivaled dignity that made others revere them. These are the parents of the great emperor. We can't care too much now. Brat, you should temporarily merge with this body as well. The Black Emperor made up his mind and said this. In this world, he respected great Emperor Wuxia the most. He definitely wouldn't let outsiders blaspheme anything related to him. However, today, he had this kind of attitude, and this was the only time they met. He knew that even if Yi Fan merged with this perfect large success divine physique, his physical body would only become powerful to the extreme, able to fight against supreme beings in close combat. However, once imperial Dao laws were involved, there was still the fate of being killed, and there wasn't the slightest bit of suspense. I never had extravagant hopes of slaughtering supreme beings, and I never had those thoughts. As long as I have the chance to kill my way over and make a certain supreme being shed a drop of blood, I have to kill a supreme being. The Black Emperor shouted. Big brother, don't die. The little girl immediately began to cry. Don't cry. Big brother won't die. I still have to watch you grow up. Yi Fan rubbed her head and softly consoled her. He walked up and moved the large success divine physique, preparing to merge with it. Only someone with a similar divine physique could do this. If it was anyone else, it would be completely useless. In addition, it was only because of the Sacred Cliff's large success divine physique that they could endure this type of pressure, approach, and move this perfect large success divine physique. Big brother, there's something here. The little girl's eyes were filled with tears. She could actually get close as well, not fearing the pressure of the Western Emperor and large success divine physique as she walked over. Even the Black Emperor couldn't do it. He had no way of going over at all. He immediately shouted anxiously, "Bring it over and let me take a look." The little girl dragged out a stone chest with great difficulty. Yi Fan hurriedly walked up and carried it out. That's it, that's it. The thing is inside. The Black Emperor shouted loudly, trembling with excitement. Has it really come to this era? The path of immortality is suppressed, powerless to care about anything else. This is the only thing left. A male's voice, without any joy or worry, without any fluctuations, resounded through this place. Great Emperor! All of the black hairs on the Black Emperor's body stood on end. He was immediately shocked and jumped up high. Chapter 1598. The Black Emperor had seen this stone chest before. Great Emperor Wuxia's voice traveled over, startling him so much that the black hair on his body stood on end. He jumped up high and cried out in shock. That man's voice had a strange charm that made one feel reverence. One couldn't help but listen attentively, wanting to find out everything about him. He has already found this place. This must be a great calamity. It was clear that the path to immortality was a broken point. It was extremely special. Time and space were in chaos and everything was cut off. Even great Emperor Wuxia couldn't see through the ages. All of this was just speculation. The voice became softer and softer. It was as if he had been erased in the river of time and gradually disappeared. powerless to care about anything else. These were 4 very clear words. Even what great Emperor Wuxia had left behind might not be able to change the situation. The broken words made Yi Fan feel a chill run down his spine. How could this be? The Black Emperor went from excitement to desolation and then silence. The true Great Emperor had died. This wasn't the first time the Black Emperor had said this. There were people who had mentioned it in ancient times, and now it seemed like it wasn't without reason. How could the dead compete with the living supreme beings? In this world, the path to immortality wasn't the biggest change since the beginning of time. The biggest change was the darkness chaos. The scale was huge, the bloodiness was terrifying, and it surpassed all of history. It disrupted the human world and dyed the universe red. Let's leave this place first. Yi Fan carried the large success holy body and the stone chest as he took the lead. As for the West Emperor, even though he was an emperor corpse, he couldn't use him at all. The reason why Yi Fan was able to enter this flawless large success holy body was because he had this bloodline. Moreover, he had merged with a wounded holy body before, which was why he could resist this kind of pressure. Great Emperor Wuxia couldn't split himself in the past and didn't have any extra power left to suppress this world. The things in the stone chest might not be useful either. This was most likely a cruel reality. Yi Fan and the others came to the surface and walked out of the jade pool. He silently merged with Great Emperor Wuxia's father. Even though it was disrespectful, he couldn't care so much now. He needed this battle. The Great Emperor never speaks with certainty. He definitely has unparalleled divine might, the Black Emperor said, feeling a bit sad. Boom! At this moment, Yi Fan's fusion was complete, and he erupted with a myriad of strands of immortal radiance. It alarmed the entire dark universe, and it caused this expanse of the starry sky that had long since withered to become dazzling. He entered the flawless great perfection holy body. Now the 3 of them were one, fusing into one. He felt a power that could sweep through all the ancient times. It was truly too powerful. It had to be said that the great perfection divine physique was extremely powerful. This was the perfect body. Compared to the body of the holy cliff, which had lost a lot of blood essence, it was a better representation of the unparalleled divine might it had when it was alive. This was all thanks to the green lotus in Yi Fan's body. Up till now, he was very puzzled as the primal chaos lotus didn't seem to exist in the other saint physiques. He had seen a few holy bodies, but he had never found one in their sea of suffering. Even if they were damaged or withered, he had never seen one. Only his body had one. This primal chaos green lotus was very mysterious. The moment it took root, it directly revived the 2 great sage holy bodies' withered seas of reincarnation. A might that could shake the ages surged out, causing even Yi Fan's heart to palpitate. A very long time ago he had some conjectures, but he felt that they were very absurd. Now, he didn't have the time to ponder them any further. He needed to go into the universe and engage in a bloody battle. The large black dog fumbled around on the stone chest. Not long after, a light click rang out, and the chest was opened. In a mere instant, its emotions that weren't that high directly became excited. It forcefully suppressed its excitement and took a few steps back. Then, it raised its head and howled into the sky. Ow! How was this like a dog? It was clearly more like a wolf with a big tail. Its heavy howl shocked the heavens and the earth. The surrounding mountains also rumbled and swayed, and it was as if they were about to collapse. There was a sparkling and translucent bottle in the stone chest. The inside was filled with bright red light, and it was dazzling and dazzling. The radiance it emitted shook heaven and earth, and even the great Tao was wailing and trembling endlessly. This was a bottle of blood, and it possessed a strange demonic power. It hadn't even broken out, and it already directly suppressed the great Tao. It was boundlessly terrifying. Woo-woo. Between heaven and earth, gods and demons wailed and howled. Gales swept about, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. The stars in the universe were all trembling, as if they were about to explode. This was the blood essence of Great Emperor Wuxia, and it had been refined by him before being sealed in the future. It could be said to be a supreme precious blood, and it contained the fragments of his great Tao. It was so shocking that one couldn't even speak. Great Emperor, back then, your body was already old and weak, and you didn't have the strength to care about anything else, yet you still refined so much blood essence. The Black Emperor trembled. Apart from this, there were also some words written especially for the Black Emperor. The great emperor knew that I would come. So it turns out that he didn't say it casually back then. He clearly wanted me to remember it. Tears rolled down from the Black Emperor's eyes. He didn't say much. He only said that if he found an innate saint physique and used these things, he could temporarily allow Great Emperor Wuxia to reappear in the world. It was a pity that such a physique hadn't appeared in this world yet. This is the greatest regret in life. Brat, do you think I should have forced you back then? I actually really needed the innate saint physique. The Black Emperor let out a heart-wrenching scream, and almost pounced over. Perhaps, that was the last chance he would have to meet Great Emperor Wuxia. It was impossible for the innate saint physique to be found at the last moment, but there was a saint physique. According to his speculations, he couldn't make Great Emperor Wuxia reappear, but he should be able to use these things. In the past, the Black Emperor was almost paranoid and crazy. He wanted to force the birth of the innate saint physique, but even he himself didn't know that it would be of such great use in the end. As expected, the casual words that Great Emperor Wuxia said back then were all useful. It's a pity that I didn't put my heart into it. The Black Emperor was extremely regretful. Right now, there was no time to waste. Yi Fan held the bottle in his hand, and when the bottle stopper was opened, the seal would automatically disintegrate. This bottle of blood contained the laws of Emperor Dao, and it was what Yi Fan needed the most right now. Even so, it wasn't enough. After all, this was all pieced together. However, he believed that this bottle of blood would definitely be able to severely wound a supreme being. It's not over yet. There's another formation here, and it seems to be able to summon something. The Black Emperor said. This was a miniature formation. It was really very small, and only one person could stand on it. However, it was complicated and profound, as if it had been condensed from the entire universe. There were countless stars and stars engraved on it, and it was impossible to see through it. The Black Emperor felt a headache coming on. He couldn't see through it, and he couldn't decipher it either. However, his attainments in this field were profound, and he was able to decipher a line of words from the formation. It seemed like he was going to summon something. What is it going to summon? The large black dog couldn't figure it out. It was far too mysterious. He had definitely never heard of this formation before, and Great Emperor Wuxia had never revealed it to him. It should be a powerful force that can most likely severely wound a supreme being. This was the opinion that Yi Fan and the Black Emperor shared. Moreover, they felt that for the sake of safety, it was best to only use it on the battlefield. Yi Fan soared into the sky. Now, his physical body was so powerful that it could be said to be unparalleled. With a light tremble, he could shatter a galaxy. He didn't immediately enter the universe. Instead, he rushed toward the fire domain in his memory. The entire planet had been shattered, and many mountains and rivers no longer existed. He didn't know if he could still find it. When he arrived here, his body trembled. This was because a figure had already arrived here before him. He was standing in the 10th level of the fire domain, and was currently communicating with the ultimate celestial fire. Is there someone who has the same goal as us? Yi Fan wanted to come here and give it a try. He really wanted to take that ball of fire with him. Even the ancient desolate tower could be tempered with it, so it could easily kill a supreme being. Even though the chances were slim, he was unwilling to not give it a try. It's Senior Guy Joyo. In an instant, Yi Fan knew who it was. This person who had once shocked the world and almost achieved the Tao despite the suppression of the Azure Emperor's great Tao was even older now. Guy Joyo was currently playing the Tribulation Transcendence Immortal song. A flame made of celestial talismans danced in front of him, moving continuously. It looked incredibly mysterious. You guys go. I'll do my best. I'll guide the celestial fire. Guy Joyo's spiritual sense transmitted over. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Guy Joyo really had become even older. He didn't have much time left. If not for the Azure Emperor, he would definitely have achieved the Tao back then. This was because under that kind of suppression, he had almost taken that step. The once unparalleled genius had now become like this. He was unbearably old, making one's heart ache. It seemed like he wanted to guide the celestial fire into his body and fight in the universe. Senior, take care. This was all Yi Fan could say. He wanted to stop him, but he stopped himself. That might be old man Guy Joyo's last glorious battle. He brought along little Nan Nan and the Black Emperor, directly turning into a streak of light, shattering the vacuum. Then, he went to search for the desolate ancient forbidden land. He didn't give up on the desolate lord and wanted to invite her out for a battle. This place was naturally preserved and couldn't be destroyed. As soon as they approached, they saw a tall figure currently pulling an enormous celestial cocoon out from the broken abyss. It was actually the old madman. After not seeing him for so many years, his blood energy was still vigorous and even more powerful. "You guys go first. I'll take care of this place," the old madman said. Now, the desolate lord was asleep. This place had lost the power to seize time. However, it was still very strenuous for him. It was because he was pulling out two ancient tablets. It seemed like he was going to use some kind of forbidden power they contained. One was the Immortal Ascension tablet. The other was the Six Tao Reincarnations tablet. "All right, I'm going to fight. Black Emperor, take good care of little Nan Nan," Yi Fan said. He knew that little Nan Nan was very mysterious and had great potential. However, in the face of a true ancient supreme being, it was definitely useless. She didn't have any battle awareness at all. The little girl immediately hugged his calf, tears rolling down her cheeks. She wasn't willing to let go no matter what, wanting to go with him. "I don't want Big Brother to throw his life away. Nan Nan is very strong. I want to go with Big Brother." She covered her small mouth and cried loudly. It was because she knew that once Yi Fan left like this, he would never return. "Darling, be obedient. Big Brother won't die. I still have to watch you grow up." Yi Fan sighed lightly. He gave them one last look, and then his body released a streak of divine light. He pried her little hands away and resolutely rushed towards outer space. "No, I don't want Big Brother to throw his life away." Little Nan Nan cried loudly, trying her best to reach out a small hand towards the starry sky, wanting to grab onto something. The Black Emperor sighed. He stood outside the desolate ancient forbidden land and looked at the ice-cold starry sky. He forcefully waved his large claws and said, "Blood will not flow in vain. There will always be people in the future who will eliminate those supreme beings. It is just a pity that in this era, so many heroes were buried in foreign lands." Chapter 1599. The little girl's cries faded into the distance, disappearing. Yi Fan almost immediately arrived in outer space. As he stood here, he could sense the shouts of despair from the depths of the cosmos. A bloody battle was currently being carried out. He couldn't endure it any longer. Auspicious multicolored light surged above his head, the copper cauldron reviving to its peak. His body shone, blood already boiling. He held the precious bottle in his hand, containing Wuxia's blood. He completed his preparations for battle, about to hurry over. Suddenly, a wave of Emperor energy pervaded the air. Blazing light flickered, blocking his path. A figure appeared in outer space, the aura of an ancient great emperor spreading. Golden immortal light scattered through the cosmos, terrifying and powerful. "Saint Body, Yi Fan." That figure transmitted a divine will, calling out his name. "It's me you are, Daoyi." An extremely dazzling golden immortal armor stood before him. It was forged from Tao Tribulation gold, dazzling and releasing the aura of a great emperor. It was currently in a state of recovery. This was a supreme being battle armor that came from the eternal star domain, belonging to Dao Yen the Great. Now, it was worn by Imperial Prince Dao Yi. Yi Fan's evaluation of Dao Yi was extremely high. Back then, he defeated the ancient race with his own strength, truly shocking. Meanwhile, his greatest accomplishment was what he did on the other side of the divine. He set up a trap alone, completely overturning that place, successfully seizing back the ancient tree of life, leaving everyone in awe. "It really is you. Who would have thought that your saint body bloodline would be so extraordinary, actually merging together?" Dao Yi spoke. "Do you need something?" They couldn't be considered mortal enemies, but they were definitely not close friends. They had previously clashed, involving the confrontation of emperor weapons. "You have a saint body. After entering the Great Completion Saint body, your bloodline will be connected, allowing you to display the greatest power. Are you going to fight in the cosmos?" Dao Yi asked. "Correct." After merging with the Great Completion Saint body, as well as that bottle of emperor blood that makes one tremble, it might be able to make a supreme being produce emperor blood. However, if you go like this, you most likely won't return. Dao Yi said. If this is what you came to say, then there's no need to say any more. Yi Fan was about to go. Clearly, Dao Yi was very smart. He also avoided disaster by coming to the Big Dipper Star region. This place was the safest, and he was preparing to leave. Now that he discovered Yi Fan, the big black dog and little girl, with his intelligence, he could naturally figure out many things. Clang! Dao Yi's body shone with dazzling light. Waves of metallic sounds rang out. That golden immortal robe shone with dazzling light and left his body. Piece after piece of golden armor shone with immortal radiance that tore through the cosmos, making it impossible for one to look directly at it. Clanging sounds rang out, as if 100,000 immortal swords were trembling. The Tao Tribulation's golden immortal armor floated in the universe. It was broken down here and was no longer on Dao Yi's body. To put it bluntly, I, Dao Yi, am also a great figure in this world. In our generation, I fear no one. You can go fight me like a moth flying into a flame, so how could I be inferior to anyone? It's just that I won't be able to solve any problems by myself. Wear this immortal armor and fight. Dao Yi was straightforward and his words were forceful. He revealed his true body. His body was tall and slender, and his heroic appearance was matchless. His hair was scattered behind him, and he had an otherworldly aura. Yi Fan was startled. His impression of Dao Yi was that he was extremely scheming and terrifyingly powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish two great things in the past. Now, he had a completely new understanding of him. Who would have thought that at this crucial moment, he would actually directly remove the immortal clothes, sending him out to battle? Your flesh is extremely strong, but your primordial spirit really isn't enough. In front of an ancient supreme being, it's as weak as porcelain. A single flick of a finger and it'll turn into powder. Dao Yi said without any trace of politeness. Thank you. This result surprised Yi Fan, but he did not decline, because he really needed it. With a sonorous sound, pieces of golden immortal armor flew over one after another, shining with resplendent light. They had long been truly revived and didn't exert any pressure on Yi Fan at all. Instead, they landed in an extremely suitable manner, entering his immortal foundation and enveloping that golden little man. Amidst the clanging sounds, Yi Fan's primordial spirit was armed. The golden clothes of the Tao Tribulation covered his body, and the tiny golden person wore them. Immortal light shone, illuminating the sky. As the immortal clothes of Dao Yen completely merged together, Yi Fan's immortal foundation seemed to have countless suns burning. The light shot out from the top of his head, shaking the universe. Dao Yi spoke. I hope you can survive. But if we really meet again, we will still be enemies. We will fight for supremacy on the Emperor's path and determine who's stronger. Right. Yi Fan nodded. After that, he tore apart the cosmos and directly left. This was an opponent worthy of respect. He didn't want to say anything more. If he could return alive and fight against such a person, it would also be a kind of honor. Now that Yi Fan had fused with two major completion saint physiques, he could directly shatter the starry sky. With a single leap, he could traverse a star region. He was like the light of time, flying. On the way, he sensed several powerful auras and heard their roars of anger. Even if I die, I have to fight. In this life, I cannot allow the Void Emperor to die while bathed in blood. I'm already old, I might as well throw these old bones into the fray. But even if I die, I won't provide them with a single strand of life essence. On the way, Yi Fan heard the roars of a few old quasi-emperors. They didn't belong to the human race and came from different star regions. Now they were going to participate in the war. This path wasn't lonely. There were people like him. Knowing that they would die, they were like moths flying into a flame. They went to help the Void Emperor and the Eternal Universe Emperor, willing to use their lives to do their part. They were close. They finally arrived at this battlefield. Stars were hacked apart, great stars falling, suns exploding. This place was in ruins, crushed rocks everywhere. There were shattered stellar rivers everywhere. Blood splashed out, flickering with shocking radiance. This was Emperor blood. Emperor blood. When a drop splashed out, stars would be blasted through. Ah, kill! Ancient supreme beings roared, shattering stellar rivers. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Murderous energy covered endless time. The great battle here reached its climax. It was too bitter. In the ice-cold cosmos, Endless stars exploded, turning into fragments, becoming completely dim. Blood splashed out, the scene too horrible to endure. There was a Samsara Lord's arm floating, and there was also a Void Emperor's breastbone that was broken, dyed in blood. This battle had been slaughtered until now. Clouds of blood pervaded the air, cruel and bloody. Several Emperor weapons were broken, everyone suffering injuries. The Void and Eternal Universe Emperor were on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the Supreme Beings were also bleeding. Many Emperor weapons revived, releasing boundless offensive power. The 5 great unrivaled Demon Kings couldn't be that confident anymore. Among them, there were some whose weapons were already damaged, some even exploding. Ah! An unwilling and unyielding roar sounded. Puh! Bloody radiance splashed out. Stone Emperor brandished the black great halberd in his hand, shattering heaven and earth, hacking a figure vertically, directly blasting him into a bloody paste, turning into a bloody mist. Body and spirit were erased, not even bone fragments left behind. You are just a quasi-emperor. Forget about your blood energy drying up, even if you were at your peak, so what? You still dare participate in the Supreme Being battle? You are just courting death. His merciless words reverberated in the air. The halberd in his hand fell, and blood splattered everywhere. He had killed another old quasi-emperor. It was a pity that a hero of his generation had died a violent death, and not even his bones remained. You bunch of bastards, unworthy of being supreme beings. In the past, you all achieved the Tao, the heaven's eyes were truly blind. A bloody elder roared angrily. This was another old quasi-emperor whose race was unknown. He wanted to, but he was powerless. Even though he obtained the assistance of the emperor weapons here, he still couldn't injure a supreme being, while he himself was about to die. His words seemed to have stirred up the supreme being's old memories. When they achieved the Tao, when they protected all living things, when they ruled over the cosmos, they were also previously revered by all life. Endless years passed, everything changed. Their bodies, their hearts, they were all different from before. Noisy, even an insignificant ant vainly wishes to look up to the world of the giant dragons, overestimating your own capabilities. Heaven abandoning Supreme released a ruthless snort. He raised his hand and clawed forward. That space directly collapsed. The old quasi-emperor who couldn't stand still a long time ago couldn't hold on any longer, disappearing from his original location, sucked over by the imperial Tao laws. Puh! Heaven abandoning Supreme crushed his skull with a single grab. It was like a watermelon exploding, bright red splashing out, a ghastly sight. This type of method was too cruel, yet his brows didn't even furrow, as if he really just crushed an ant to death, cold-blooded and ruthless, making one's body tremble with fear. Just like the old quasi-emperor who died not too long ago, this person's life was directly burned into ashes, transforming into Tao and turning into a rain of light, not leaving behind any essence for the Supreme to seize. Obviously, when they came to battle with the determination to die, they had already foreseen this possibility and were prepared to die in battle. This made Heaven abandoning Supreme frown. To him, this was too much of a waste. Sukong, you're dead meat. So what if a few puny insects came? Can they really fight alongside you? Today, I'm destined to taste your blood and look forward to the sweetness. Supreme Reincarnation laughed cruelly. His entire body was covered in blood, but he revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He had once lost an arm, so he used a large amount of essence blood and life power to reconstruct his emperor body. At the same time, the Stone Emperor also attacked. The black halberd in his hand was shocking, tearing the universe apart, and a terrifying bloody groove was opened up on Sukong's body. White bones were exposed, and blood splattered everywhere. Supreme Reincarnation also attacked, speaking as he fought. A bloody hole was opened up on Sukong's body, and he placed his blood-stained finger in his mouth to taste it. He said in a chilling voice, "It's very sweet. I want to drink to my heart's content." Boom! Sukong didn't say a word and responded with the most powerful combat strength. The celestial mirror resonated, shining with an immortal radiance and sending the Stone Emperor's black halberd flying. At the same time, Supreme Reincarnation's blood splattered everywhere, and his shoulder was almost pierced through. On the other side, Hangyu also encountered a similar situation. This wasn't a fair battle. 5 ancient Supremes attacked, bloody and brutal, wanting to hunt them down. It's finally going to end. I'm waiting for those ants to come to their deaths. It's so funny that I can fight alongside you. Supreme Reincarnation said cruelly. His finger was stained with Su Kong's blood as he pressed forward. Suddenly, the space beside him exploded. A pair of indestructible fists smashed out. This was the body of a great emperor. It shattered the heavens, causing the distant galaxies to collapse, and the universe to explode. Die, animal! Yi Fan arrived. With the power of the two emperor weapons, he successfully opened up a passageway silently and suddenly attacked. One of his fists directly blasted towards the Samsara sovereign's head while the other pierced towards his chest. His hair stood on end as he was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to kill this paragon right now. BZZ. The Samsara sovereign's immortal foundations suffered an attack. His head automatically shone as a divine halo manifested, blocking Yi Fan's right fist. However, under the pressure of the two emperor weapons, as well as the emperor's fist, his head still cracked apart. Although his immortal foundation wasn't injured, his skull was fractured as blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Yi Fan's other fist blasted a bloody hole into the Samsara sovereign's body, causing blood to gush out wildly. Courting death. The Samsara sovereign roared in rage. He was too careless. He forgot that the azure golden battle robe that accompanied him throughout his life had already been destroyed by the Void Emperor not long ago. When he was attacked, he still wanted to rely on the immortal battle robe to kill his opponent. In the end, he didn't even have the armor, causing his blood to splatter everywhere. Bastard! You are the one who should die! Yi Fan also roared in rage. He almost tore the Samsara sovereign apart, achieving his original goal. Even if he died, it would be worth it. And since he had started such a good situation, he naturally wanted to expand his battle prowess. He fought with his life on the line. Even if he died here, never to return, he wanted to fight to the end. Chapter 1600. Bang! The master of Samsara's palm slammed towards Yi Fan's head, colliding with the fist of the great perfection Saint Physique. Blazing light erupted, as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless stars ignited at the same time and then exploded. They were together with the light, and their speed reached the limit of this world. When they collided, the river of time stagnated and even flowed backwards. In a battle of primordial spirits, Yi Fan was far too inferior. He lacked the corresponding imperial laws, and if he really dared to do that, he would be instantly killed. But now, he had opened up a very good situation. He had closed in, and his physical body was his greatest advantage. Naturally, he would not give up, and he fought with all his might. An afterimage was left behind as Yi Fan's leg spun and swept towards the master of Samsara. It was as if the Milky Way had swept over, and the shock waves were boundless and boundless, causing the star domain in front of him to collapse. However, the master of Samsara disappeared in an instant. Then, Yi Fan felt a pain in his shoulder, and a few bloody marks appeared there. A few tendons had been directly scratched out, and blood was dripping down. Boom! The master of Samsara was too powerful. With a turn of his body, the star domain was torn apart, and the shock wave spread to another sea of stars, causing many great stars to explode. As a supreme being with the emperor physique, his combat talent was too powerful. Even if Yi Fan entered the body of the great perfection Saint Physique, which was renowned in the universe for close combat, he would not be able to gain the upper hand. Blood dripped from Yi Fan's sternum, and a few of his bones were almost broken. Clearly, the master of Samsara was aiming for his heart. Brat, you actually obtained such a body. But do you think that you can fight a supreme being like this? You are still far from it. The master of Samsara said coldly. Yi Fan did not speak. This was a fact. What was an emperor and emperor? When he was young, he was not weaker than him, and then he experienced endless bloody battles and fought his way up to the great emperor level. Yi Fan was very strong, and now he also had a body that could challenge the great emperor. But overall, the gap was still very big. The fact that Samsara supremacy was able to attain the Tao was enough to prove that he was an extraordinary figure when he was young. The bloody battles that he had experienced in his life far surpassed that of Yi Fan, let alone the experiences of the quasi-emperor and the great emperor. Yi Fan's heaven-warping talent was matchless, yet at this moment, he still suffered greatly. His entire body was dripping with blood. This wasn't the same level humanoid lightning from the lightning tribulation, but rather a true Emperor Dao figure he encountered after forcefully increasing his strength. However, amidst the splattering of divine blood, Yi Fan quickly stabilized his disadvantageous position. Disregarding the consequences, he sacrificed himself and charged forward. Pooh! Yi Fan slashed out with his palm, causing a river of stars to explode, leaving his left rib for his opponent while he directly attacked the immortal foundation of his opponent. He disregarded the price, going all out. Without any accidents, Yi Fan's powerful abdomen was slashed apart as fresh blood gushed out. However, his attack also slammed into Yi Fan's immortal foundation, brushing past Yi Fan's face as blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The Samsara Supremacy coldly snorted. His cheekbones were exposed, dripping with blood. This caused his expression to be somewhat malevolent, appearing extremely terrifying. I can trample millions of bugs like you to death with a single stomp. You're just an ant. Do you think you can defy the heavens just because you borrowed a body? The master of Samsara said coldly. He did not take Yi Fan seriously at all. Bastard, don't think too highly of yourself. It was very rare for Yi Fan to curse. But when facing these ancient paragons, a ball of fire seemed to be burning in his chest. Boom! Yi Fan unleashed all of his techniques, executing the Heaven Empyrean Fist. This was his strongest physical attack, capable of shattering the cosmos as constellations shattered one after another. Even at the end of the star region, under the might of this fist intent, the constellations in the sky seemed to have deviated from their original trajectories, trembling in response to his fluctuations. You have some tricks up your sleeves. You might be a special ant, but the number of geniuses I've killed is more than the number of people you've met. As long as you don't become an emperor, you're nothing without a genius that has matured. There have been too many demon-level geniuses since ancient times, but 99% of them have died. The Samsara Supremacy coldly laughed. He directly used his physical body to fight against Yi Fan. This was a stance that transcended all living things, looking down on the primordial universe. Boom! However, he underestimated Yi Fan's determination and combat prowess, as well as his indomitable will to fight without regard for his own life. He wanted to heavily injure his opponent even at the cost of his own blood. He would rather be half crippled than to tear off a piece of flesh from his opponent's body, disregarding his own life. The Heaven Empyrean Fist erupted, appearing consecutively in mysterious trajectories. He borrowed the power of his Grand Completion Saint physique to attack the paragons, displaying this forbidden fist art to the extreme. The divine might was unrivaled. The cosmos collapsed, the sea of stars dimmed, and everything was shattered. As long as it blocked the path, it would all be destroyed. It was as if the true Heaven Empyrean had been revived. This time, the fist of the Grand Completion Saint physique crashed into the palm of the Master of Samsara. The combat prowess of the paragons was too powerful, and it was terrifying to the extreme. However, this time, Yi Fan didn't compete with him in techniques. He used brute force, and the blood in his body boiled and burned fiercely. Boom! His clenched fist was almost translucent, and the flames burned the cosmos and destroyed the star field. Yi Fan's fist almost exploded, but the palm of the Master of Samsara was also shattered. With an earth-shattering explosion, the two of them separated, and their right hands were destroyed. Pretending to be a Heaven Empyrean? You're not. You're far from it. Yi Fan sneered. The Master of Samsara's expression was gloomy. He and Yi Fan raised their hands at the same time and pointed at each other. Then, their blood energy rose and healed their palms. Yi Fan was happy to use his physical body to fight. His original goal had been achieved, and he didn't feel wronged even if he died. He had sacrificed his most precious life energy to kill an ancient supreme being. The Master of Samsara didn't say anything, but to him, it was a great humiliation. His palm had been destroyed by an ant in his eyes, and he was even mocking him. It was an absolute humiliation. Be careful. Don't fail miserably. Light and darkness supreme being reminded. Killing geniuses and covering the sky with one hand, there are no miracles in front of me, the Master of Samsara said. His face was gloomy as he pressed forward. He liked to fight tit for tat, and they both fought in close combat. This was the pride of a supreme being, and he looked down on all living things. Yi Fan was naturally happy to play along. He hoped that he could use this body to fight for a while longer and earn more supreme blood essence. Of course, this was a matter of time. If something happened to Yi Fan during this process, then it would be difficult to use the things left behind by great Emperor Wuxia. Blood splattered. At the beginning, Yi Fan could only hit his opponent once after dozens of attacks, while Supreme Samsara made him bleed from time to time. But as time went on, Yi Fan's battle prowess increased rapidly. With a dozen or so strikes, he could make his opponent bleed. Compared to the results of Yi Fan's battles against others in the past, it was without a doubt still quite sullen. However, when one thought about how this was a supreme being who had previously walked over from this cultivation realm, his combat skills long reaching the peak, reaching perfection, being able to obtain this type of battle result was already extremely heaven-defying. There was no reason for this. It was just that the other party was a supreme who had long achieved the Tao. Even if a normal person had 10 emperor bodies and fused them into one, they would still be defeated by a true supreme. They would only be sending themselves to death. It could only be said that Yi Fan's battle awareness was heaven-defying. He improved rapidly in this kind of desperate situation and discovered a whole new world in the battle against a supreme. This was no longer a battle of secret techniques and battle techniques, but rather experience, life, willpower, courage, decisiveness, and many other aspects. This sublimated the battle to the extreme, surpassing the arts and Tao. Without a doubt, if this was a normal day, this would be a heaven-defying opportunity that could only be seen once in 10,000 years. All the cultivators in the world would go crazy, hoping to obtain such an opportunity. However, in this kind of apocalyptic blood calamity, Yi Fan could die at any time, so there was nothing to be happy about. He would rather never have today's experience, that the apocalypse would never come. In a frenzy of battle, Yi Fan saw a whole new world. His world was suddenly magnified many times. This wasn't a humanoid lightning of the same realm, but a true imperial supreme. His battle techniques were improving rapidly, like an immortal sword being sharpened. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood, but when facing this one and only battle where there was such a great disparity in cultivation realms, the benefits he obtained were great. He was almost at the level of a deity. He felt that if he could survive, his close combat Tao would slowly become unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Fan's breastbone was broken, and a few of them had been crushed by Samsara Supreme. He held them in his hand, letting out gabbing sounds. They were dripping with blood, looking sinister and terrifying. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also tore off a piece of Samsara Supreme's flesh, trampling it into bloody paste. He spat out a mouthful of saliva, his eyes releasing cold lightning as he slaughtered over again. This was a bitter and bloody battle. Yi Fan found his own battle domain, as well as his powerful innate awareness, becoming more and more valiant. The two collided. With a light pu sound, Yi Fan's heart was grabbed out by the Samsara Lord and crushed. It was a tragic sight to behold. Moreover, his spine was almost cut in half by the palm blade. The upper half of his body was almost separated from the lower half, and his blood splattered across the cosmos. And Yi Fan paid such a price, but he also obtained another great harvest. He was willing to pay such a heavy price in exchange for breaking one of the Samsara Lord's forearms. He persevered, and no matter how much pain he suffered, he forcibly broke his left forearm. Blood sprayed all over his body, making him look bloody. The Samsara Lord finally let out a loud roar. This was really not worth it. He felt that he had been seriously injured by an ant, and he felt that this was a humiliation. There was a huge explosion between the two, and they both flew back. Yi Fan used the secret character to heal his injured body. Don't waste time with a bug, the Stone Emperor reminded the Samsara Lord. He frowned, somewhat unable to continue watching. The Samsara Lord clearly had great power, but he insisted on fighting with his body, which made the Stone Emperor very dissatisfied. Bzz. The Samsara Lord stepped forward, his forehead glowing with light. Countless chains of order flew out from his body, resembling immortal gold chains that pierced through the surroundings, sweeping towards Yi Fan. This was especially so for the strongest Emperor Dao laws. They directly rushed towards Yi Fan's immortal foundation, wanting to destroy his origin soul, destroying it from the source. "And I'll just trample you to death. I don't have time to care about you." The Samsara Lord said this, and did as he said. A huge foot stomped down, bringing with it boundless laws, wanting to trample Yi Fan's body. Boom! At this moment, not only did the green copper cauldron shine, even the golden immortal robe within Yi Fan's immortal foundation shone resplendently. Emperor ripples spread out, protecting his head and blocking the attack. He knew that with 2 Emperor-level weapons, no matter what, he wouldn't be broken through in a short period of time. At the same time, a precious bottle appeared in his hand, the blood within dazzling to the extreme. After the stopper was pulled out, it directly shook this part of the universe, even the ancient skies about to be ground to pieces. It was too terrifying. The blood contained endless great Tao fragments, as if it could destroy the world, directly severing the myriad Taos in the starry sky, about to turn everything into powder. However, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the Light and Darkness Sovereign's divine light erupted, not the slightest bit worried. Their eyes instead revealed hope and blazing light, looking over together. Blood that contains the Emperor's rule. Are you going to use it against us? Ha ha ha. The master of Samsara guffawed before he stopped abruptly and said in a creepy voice, "This is the blood that flows in our bodies. It's just due to us that can nourish our life power." However, as soon as he finished speaking, dozens of drops of this blood flew out, scattering on the formation platform beneath Yifan's feet. The void was directly opened, and a door appeared. The Stone Emperor was shaken, the great halberd swinging over, but it was useless. There was a type of supreme law that froze this place. Just as the Black Emperor speculated, it couldn't be broken through. Yifan could just stand on this formation platform. Brilliant light erupted, surging violently. The great battle was about to become even more intense. Chapter 1601. This formation platform was extremely small. Only a single person could stand on it. Above it were the stars of the heavens, as if it was a condensed cosmos. There were Tao patterns engraved all over it, profound and immeasurable. The radiance was brilliant, forming a gate that seemed to be connected to the immortal domain. It was so blinding that one couldn't open their eyes, as if something was about to step out. One could vaguely hear the clear sound of footsteps. Each step made the heavens tremble, as if it was trampling on one's heart. Who was that? The footsteps were separated by a gate, yet it actually shook this cosmos. This should be the power of an emperor. This blood belongs to Wuxia. Stone Emperor suddenly said, revealing the origins of the blood. When these words were spoken, the battlefield became a bit quiet. The great supreme beings were all a bit shocked, staring at the precious vase in Yifan's hands. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was brilliant blood flowing within, suppressing all Tao in the heavens. Correct, it's his blood. Who would have thought that it was actually Wuxia's essence blood? The great supreme being's eyes flickered, their expressions not quite right, as if they were full of surprise and shock towards this result. What did Wuxia want to do by leaving this behind? The entire world knew that great Emperor Wuxia was extremely domineering in the past, tearing through everything he faced, never compromising, always sweeping everything to the end. No matter what this person left behind, it definitely wouldn't make others feel at ease. It would definitely be extremely unyielding and domineering, definitely intimidating. However, they were all former emperors and emperors, all of them achieving the Tao, all of them ruling over the great wastelands, receiving the worship of all life, all of them feeling supreme. After a short period of silence, Reincarnation Supreme Being was the first to stand out, the first to speak again, saying, "It's just Wuxia. I heard he was quite strong, but unfortunately, we never fought. Humph, it's just some blood left behind. So what if the real person is here? Heh, even the living aren't our opponents, so what use is a dead great emperor? Even if he himself comes out, we'll kill him all the same." Light and Darkness Supreme Being also said coldly. The few of them stared at the vase in Yifan's hand. Now that they knew that it was Wuxia's blood, they were even more excited. The essence blood refined by a peak stage great sovereign was sealed in this world. It was a supreme tonic to them. Wuxia's blood. I'm looking forward to it. The heaven-abandoning supremacy said, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Boom. Right at this time, the footsteps from the Gate of Light seemed to have become even heavier, trampling over, as if it descended into this world, leaving several supreme beings shaken. What happened? The battle continued. Stone Emperor, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the others were fighting against the Void and Hang Yu. They could feel that there really was a life form coming over from behind the gate. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a huge figure appeared at the light gate. It was indomitable, and it seemed like it was about to step out. The aura of a supreme being rushed out, as if it was a living great emperor. Shatter the light door. Lord of the Divine Ruins said. Even though he was an ancient supreme being, unrivaled and powerful, he still didn't want any accidents to happen in the battle. If an indescribable great emperor appeared again, that would truly be bad. This time, it was no longer a single person taking action. Light and Darkness Supreme Being, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and Reincarnation Supreme Being all shook, releasing Imperial Dao laws, rushing forward. However, an expanse of bloody light flew out. The precious vase in Yifan's hands once again dropped several dozen drops of blood, making the entire formation stage seem as if it was burning, pushing the light door to its greatest extent. 3 types of Imperial Dao laws rushed over, but they didn't shatter the giant gate. Moreover, a figure truly appeared, about to descend. This is Wuxia's true body. Stone Emperor was the first to cry out in alarm. This was a bit inconceivable. The 7 great life-restricted areas had all sensed it back then. 80,000 years ago, Great Emperor Wuxia seemed to have passed away in meditation in Purple Mountain, and that terrifying fluctuation had woken up all the supreme beings. How could his true body appear again after ascending? At this moment, they had a bad premonition. Could it be that Wuxia didn't pass away in meditation back then? If that wasn't the case, then there was only one possibility left. Wuxia? Wuxia. So what if you are still alive? If you truly come out, we will still kill you. Reincarnation Supreme Being roared. At this moment, they all made preparations for battle. None of the people here had fought against Wuxia before, but they all deeply understood his reputation, not daring to look down on him. This was especially the case when they didn't understand the unknown, so they had to be even more vigilant. If it was some kind of killing trap, they would most likely suffer greatly. They did their best to conserve energy, surrounding Yifan, staring at that giant light door. All of their Imperial Dao laws were ready. As long as they crossed over, they would kill them. Dang! It was as if there was a long and drawn-out bell sound wave that transmitted over. At the same time, an imposing figure stepped out, producing a giant storm. With a honglong sound, it rushed straight at Reincarnation Supreme Being. Gotcha! It was too ferocious, too fast. The Imperial Dao laws struck over, but they couldn't stop it. This beam of light rushed over and swept across Reincarnation Supreme Being's body. He was directly sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. The azure battle robe on his body was even more tattered, and his entire body trembled violently. Clearly, he had suffered a great loss. This is the power of someone who hasn't severed himself. How could Wuxia do this? How could he still survive like this? Reincarnation Supreme Being was finally shocked. He steadied himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. How could that person directly use an Imperial Dao law to send Reincarnation Supreme Being flying with a single step, causing him to cough up blood? This was obviously Great Emperor Wuk. Forcing me to sublimate to the extreme to fight you? It's still uncertain who will be the one to die. Reincarnation Supreme Being's eyes were bloodshot. He was injured by Yifan because he was too careless and didn't take him seriously at all. Now, he was sent flying by a great emperor's foot. This was a fundamental difference. Who was weaker was too important in the eyes of people at their level. They had once reigned supreme over the heavens and earth, invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were the main characters of an era and were the most confident, believing that they were invincible throughout the ages. That was their belief. They couldn't be defeated in the world. But now, it seemed like a powerful great emperor wanted to shatter his confidence. It was just a single step, and he was sent flying. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Kill! The other supreme beings also attacked. If a great Emperor Wuk appeared again, it would be a big problem. It would force some of them to sublimate to the extreme to fight. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be able to suppress him. But what would be the consequences of doing that? Everyone knew that even if they defeated their opponent, they would most likely die. Boom! All kinds of light danced. The Stone Emperor took a blow from the void head-on. He also sent the great halberd and boundless light over, wanting to shatter that figure. This was a fundamentally different kind of power from the void and the eternal universe. These two people had barely awakened the Imperial Dao laws, and their condition was even worse than theirs. Meanwhile, Wuxia seemed to be unharmed. If he really did come over, it would definitely be a disaster. Heaven abandoning pride, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and Light and Darkness Supreme Being all took action again. Especially Reincarnation Supreme Being, whose expression was even more ice-cold. He tore apart a corner of his battle clothes, igniting it into azure golden radiance, striking over, containing a strand of his true blood. It was still just a single step, yet it completely shattered, turning the azure golden battle clothes into ashes, unable to injure him in the slightest. Meanwhile, the others' attacks were actually devoured by the Gate of Light, all of the Imperial Dao laws disappearing, terrifying beyond compare. Wuxia, come out! This one will fight you to the extreme. Reincarnation Supreme Being shouted. Now, when he saw this result, he felt a wave of coldness inside. This was definitely the perfect Wuxia, not severing himself, or else he wouldn't have this type of matchless power. Not only did that step shatter a corner of his battle clothes, it was also equivalent to stepping on his face. With a single step, what else was there to say? To treat him like this. Wuxia, come out and fight. Stone Emperor also shouted loudly. The great halberd in his hand was raised towards the heavens, dazzling and terrifying. He then aimed it at the Gate of Light. The 5 great supreme beings shook the Imperial Dao laws, coldly guarding the gate. They weren't scared, those who achieved the Dao never feared anything, all of them having an unmatched heart. However, after waiting for a long time, that figure still didn't come over, as if he couldn't hear their words, not replying at all, only moving half a step. Wuxia couldn't advance or retreat, he couldn't appear in this world. Yi Fan's heart sank. He knew that because he wasn't an innate holy body Dao core, he couldn't let Wuxia's war soul descend, unable to truly appear. At this moment, through the discussion with the Black Emperor not long ago, together with what he saw before his eyes, he knew what was going on. He was going to act as a vessel, carrying Wuxia, accepting the descent of his laws and Dao fruits. All for naught. Yi Fan sighed inwardly, full of unwillingness. In this chaotic world and bloody calamity, he really needed Great Emperor Wuxia to appear. This isn't Wuxia's true body, just the most powerful magical body he sealed. Unfortunately, it can't appear. Stone Emperor said. What a great Wuxia. Regardless of whether it's his true body or a projected magical body, he didn't sever his own blade and survived in this world, possessing such unparalleled power. I have to admit that it's truly admirable. The Lord of the Divine Ruins said. What a pity, then die. Reincarnation Supreme Being began to attack crazily. This place became a chaotic place. There was a great battle against the void, a clash with imperial weapons, and even a clash against Wuxia's natural laws. Those were densely packed imperial Dao laws interweaving. Wuxia, come out and accept your death. If you can't appear, then what's the point of leaving behind such a thing? Someone shouted. Yi Fan felt that the formation platform was unstable, about to collapse. He sighed inwardly, looking towards the depths of the cosmos. There were his friends, the woman waiting for him, little Nan Nan, Black Emperor. Today, it seemed like blood was going to be shed here, unable to return. When one's strength reached his level, they had long developed intelligence. Before death, they would have a premonition that their lives were about to reach their end, about to fall into endless darkness. There was no mistake, this feeling was extremely real. At this moment, he saw a corner of his future. Perhaps it couldn't be considered a future anymore, because it was darkness. There was nothing, no longer existing. I'm going to die. I'll fight without regrets. Just let me fight until my blood dries up. Yi Fan roared loudly, directly holding the green copper cauldron in his hands, ready to make it self-destruct at any time, destroying everything indiscriminately. You want to die in battle? It's not up to you to decide. If I want you to live, then you will live. If I want you to die, then you will die. Life and death are not up to you to decide. Supreme Reincarnation stared at him, and then said, that includes Wuxia. The essence blood he left behind can only be regarded as a sacrifice to us. It has no other use. This kind of attitude, this kind of insolence, made Yi Fan want nothing more than to stomp on his face, but this person indeed had the strength to say such words. He was invincible, and who could do anything to him? Boom! At this moment, the light gate dimmed, and Wuxia withdrew his foot. The sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, never to be heard again. Ha ha! Supreme Light and Darkness laughed loudly, and then shook his head. So this is what Wuxia left behind. What a joke! Someone laughed coldly. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion, and the light gate shattered. Although Wuxia had left, a powerful aura erupted, covering the sky and earth, shaking the world. The moment the light gate and the formation platform under Yi Fan's feet were destroyed, an item flew out and landed in his hand. It's this! It's actually this! Yi Fan shouted. Kill! The great supreme beings all attacked, and Yi Fan's hand also glowed, and clanging sounds rang out. First, a huge palm reached out, and with a slap, it directly slapped Supreme Reincarnation's body. This slap was too solid, and blood sprayed 3,000 feet into the air. The master of Samsara was like a little chicken, and with an angry cry, he was sent flying, blood spurting out. Boom! Then, another huge foot stepped out, and Wuxia's endless, transcending the river of time, unexpectedly made it impossible for supreme light and darkness to dodge. The foot stepped on his chest, and he was sent flying. Chapter 1602. Dang! Heaven abandoning supreme being also suffered a blow. A streak of primal chaos flew over, hacking down on his weapon, making his body stagger, shatter an expanse of the starry sky as he backed up extremely far. Reincarnation, light and darkness, heaven abandoning supreme being, all three of them suffered serious injuries. Stone Emperor and Divine Ruins Lord both shivered inwardly. This type of method was just too powerful. Wuxia! Reincarnation Lord cried out loudly, his face full of anger. That palm was too vicious and ruthless, directly landing on his body. The pain and suffering of the flesh were far inferior to the humiliation he felt in his mind. This was a type of contempt and humiliation. It was as if a resounding slap landed on his face, solid and firm, making his hair stand on end. He was just too unwilling to accept this. He released a light shout, and then his entire body turned into a streak of flowing light, rushing over murderously. Endless ancient divine force surged, wishing to destroy Yi Fan and that artifact. Light and darkness supreme being was also furious. His body was trampled on by another. What kind of face did he have left? A divine staff appeared in his right hand. It was extremely short, less than a foot, forged from Tao Tribulation gold. It was resplendent and dazzling to the point where even the stellar streams lost color. Meanwhile, an ancient shield appeared in his left hand. It was entirely pitch black, forged from black gold. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was a black hole. Kill! The light staff and dark shield collided. Light and darkness sang together, as if an ancient immortal scripture was being chanted by gods and devils. It was deafening, ringing through the cosmos. Divine chains of order flew out streak after streak, all of them sparkling like stars, rushing towards Yi Fan. These were the imperial Tao natural laws produced by the light and darkness immortal scripture, displaying power that could erase the world of mortals. The two great supreme beings slaughtered their way over together. Yi Fan naturally felt waves of killing intent assault his body. Even someone as powerful as his divine body felt all of the fine hairs on his body stand on end. This was an instinctive reaction. However, he didn't feel any fear. The artifact in his hands released Kung Chong sounds, releasing streak after streak of divine laws. Then, a pair of fists rushed out, collapsing the starry sky. Emperor Tao natural laws surged, stopping the two great supreme beings. Hung Long! It was as if primal chaos wind and thunder were ringing. The noise was loud and the astral winds were fierce. It was as if a world was being created. Many stars in the distance were directly turned into fine powder. Large areas of the star domain dimmed. When the Emperor Fist attacked, the great winds it produced were this domineering. It really was worthy of great Emperor Wuxia's reputation, facing two great supreme beings head-on, blasting them back. The Book of Sealing is like the rebirth of Wuxia. The Stone Emperor's expression was gloomy as he coldly stared ahead. There was no true great Emperor Wuxia descending into this world. That was just an immortal scripture. In Yi Fan's hands, it automatically launched an attack. The natural laws that flew out materialized, as if a real person appeared. It was a stone book. When it first appeared, it was incomparably large, but now, it was only a foot in length. It was simple and crude, but chaotic energy curled about it. It had already been opened. This was the Wuxia scripture. Yi Fan had seen it before, and was fortunate enough to learn an unmatched divine technique from it. He never expected that it would appear and fly into his hands. The outside was simple and crude, but the inside was a boundless world. It released immortal splendor. This was too shocking. The thing Great Emperor Wuxia left behind was actually this. Not only did it record everything he learned, it even sealed his Emperor Dao's strength, truly reappearing. Engrave my name on the Three Realms monument. Write life and death on the path of reincarnation. I will grant you death. Reincarnation's Supreme Being's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He actually chanted an incantation. Normally, Supreme Beings wouldn't do this when they fought, because it was too complicated. However, he chanted it seriously, all for the sake of obtaining even greater power. This was a type of strange natural law divine force, the embodiment of his will and great Tao. It rushed out from the crown of his head, turning into strand after strand of terrifying demonic light, shattering the starry sky. With a light wung sound, the demonic light turned into clearly visible ancient characters one after another. This kind of curse-like light flew up, directly rushing towards Yi Fan. It would kill gods and Buddhas in its way. At this moment, in the distance, a quasi-emperor of an unknown race cried out. He rushed over from the depths of the star domain, but he didn't even get close. His body and soul directly exploded, dying a violent death. What a pity, what a pity! This could be considered a hero, but he died in vain. It could be seen just how terrifying Reincarnation Supreme Being's natural law attack was. It was separated by the starry sky, separated by an endless distance, yet it still harvested such a powerful life form. Yi Fan naturally encountered great danger. All of the golden and green fur on his body stood on end. This was an inauspicious sign of a great divine physique. However, he didn't encounter a disaster. The precious bottle in his left hand automatically flew out several dozen drops of blood, landing on the Wuxia scripture, causing the primal chaos mist to rise. With a sonorous sound, the Wuxia scripture turned over a new page. Then, a type of Emperor Dao law flew out, turning into a mighty divine statue. It seemed as if it had crossed through the endless primordial era of the universe, arriving from the source of the creation of the world. He took a step out, directly releasing a Dao shout from his mouth, shaking the stars in the sky until they fell. The great Dao mourned, rising and falling under his feet, and all the natural laws trembled. This divine statue was formed from symbols to begin with, and it opposed the ancient character's Reincarnation Supreme Being struck out with tit for tat. They first collided, releasing light that attacked dozens of star domains, spreading into the cosmos. Then, it was ruthless obliteration. He shattered the incantation characters of Reincarnation Supreme Being, and the symbols exploded one after another in the void. In the end, this divine statue rushed over, releasing a world-shaking roar. Time passes. His entire body seemed to be crushing down on Reincarnation Supreme Being's body. One could clearly see the long river of time surging. Reincarnation Supreme Being was on the verge of collapse under the obliteration of time, almost exploding. This was the power of the long river of time. His body was almost weathered away, as if he was a rock that had stood towering for endless time. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and was about to collapse, reaching the end of his life. Break for me! Paragon of Samsara let out a loud cry, and a stream of blood essence gushed out from the top of his head, cleansing his body, scattering all the laws and the final illusory image of the deity statue. He trudged out with great difficulty, staggering. This time he suffered a great loss again. This left everyone shocked. It wasn't because of Wuxia's return. It was just a scripture, yet it was already this unimaginable. Without a doubt, every single scripture engraved in this ancient scripture could be displayed through Emperor blood. This was precisely what great Emperor Wuxia had left behind. Even though he was already powerless to do anything else, this immortal scripture was truly powerful, possessing the power he had when he was alive. At this moment, Yi Fan came to a sudden realization. No wonder this stone scripture couldn't be opened in the past. This sealed the offensive methods of great Emperor Wuxia, so it couldn't be casually flipped through, or else one might directly be blasted into smithereens. Even though this result was shocking, as ancient supreme beings, they naturally wouldn't cower because of this. They attacked together. However, Yi Fan wasn't the only one here. There were many emperor weapons, as well as the void and the eternal universe. Heaven-abandoning Supreme Being spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was restricted by the Void Emperor and almost hacked apart. The Stone Emperor's great halberd of eternity descended, forcibly shattering that area, allowing him to break free. At this moment, this place entered a chaotic battle. No one could look down on the void and the eternal universe. Even though the emperor's Tao was flawed and he wasn't the great emperor of the past, he still brought about the same pressure. Meanwhile, the offensive power of the scripture in Yi Fan's hands was truly too great, making people feel restraining fear. It preserved the laws of great Emperor Wuxia when he was alive, as if he was the one using them. Even ancient supreme beings weren't willing to casually fight to the death. That was the terrifying divine law of a peak great emperor. Even the Lord of Samsara and Light and Darkness Supreme Being had suffered greatly. They didn't know how Wuxia did it. Every page of the scripture was a type of attack. It was truly unimaginable and puzzling. It definitely wasn't as simple as activating the emperor's blood. That stone scripture definitely had Wuxia's undying imprint, and it also had a transcendental Tao fruit. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Walala! The stone scripture continuously flipped, and laws shot out one after another. Yi Fan targeted one person and focused all his attacks on Samsara Supreme Being, wanting to concentrate all of his power to kill him. It was because he knew that there weren't many chances left. Within the bottle in his left hand, the blood was quickly being consumed. The great Tao fragments contained in the emperor's blood were the foundation of the Wuxia scripture. "Kill!" shouted Yi Fan. Seeing that the blood was decreasing, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He was prepared to attack regardless of the price, and the green copper cauldron could be thrown out at any moment. Samsara Supreme Being coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He was forced into a rage out of humiliation. Even an ant dared to fight against him. There was no end to this. He couldn't kill him instantly. Today was truly a day of humiliation for him. But he really couldn't move it. He had no way to break through the Wuxia scripture. This was a power that hadn't severed itself. Although it was somewhat lacking over the years, it still sent him flying several times, and he almost died on the spot. Especially in the end, when the stone scripture flipped over the forbidden chapter. Wuxia's secret technique was used, and everything about Samsara Supreme Being was beaten back to its original state. Even a portion of his cultivation was almost cut off. What? This caused everyone to be moved. "You all have angered me," Samsara Supreme Being roared. His words weren't directed at Yi Fan, but at the void before, as well as the current Wuxia scripture. It shook the mountains and rivers. "Are you angered? Go to hell!" Yi Fan shouted. The immortal power unleashed by the Wuxia scripture was even more terrifying. A single move, Wuxia, was repeatedly unleashed, causing the Samsara Supreme Being who was rushing over to tremble violently. Blood splashed everywhere. In fact, his immortal foundation almost shattered. This made everyone shocked. It was just a scripture, yet the art sealed within was actually so powerful. Boom! The void slaughtered over, directly dealing a heavy blow. He didn't care about the price, wanting to kill Samsara Supreme Being. He endured a strike from the Stone Emperor's halberd, his back dripping with blood. "Ah!" Samsara Supreme Being screamed, suffering heavy injuries. The void immortal mirror suppressed down, directly blasting his body apart, almost causing him to explode. At the same time, the void emperor's palm slashed down, almost decapitating him. Only a layer of bloody skin remained on his neck, not falling off. Boom! The Lord of the Divine Ruins slaughtered over. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being followed. Jianghu came to the rescue, the Stone Emperor blocked, and the heaven-abandoning sovereign slaughtered over. This place was blasted apart, completely erupting with chaos. The Samsara Supreme Being was at the center of the waves of attacks, suffering injuries he couldn't endure. His head finally fell off. The Void Emperor was expressionless, slamming out a palm. However, Yi Fan didn't stop, rushing over. The Wuxia scripture in his hand shone with boundless light, raining down, sweeping over his body. "No!" Samsara Supreme Being roared. His head separated from his body. The secret art of the Wuxia Great Emperor as well as the Void Emperor's palm pressed down together, scaring him so badly his soul scattered. He was a supreme being who had lived through the endless ages, unrivaled under the heavens. But at this moment, he also tasted the aura of death. He had never felt such a tremor before. He slaughtered his way up to the sovereign realm, but he had never experienced such despair before. He had always fought his way up to the Emperor realm. However, today, he felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. He was going to die, unable to resist this secret art. "You forced me to this extent," he roared in anger. His head shone, erupting with a world-shaking might, shaking the entire cosmos. A true great emperor has appeared. Sublimated to the extreme, about to return to the emperor position. All life in the cosmos was in despair. Meanwhile, the ancient supreme beings' expressions were strange, all of them backing up. As for Yi Fan and the Void Emperor, they bore the brunt of the attack, about to face the awakened great emperor. That head shone, auspicious brilliance shining in 10,000 streaks, pulling his body over. The Samsara master didn't care about the consequences, wishing to recover to his peak and kill the enemy, even if he had to die afterwards. "You won't be able to return." The Void Emperor spoke. Endless divine chains of order flew out from within his body. This was his cultivation, essence energy, and soul. Endless splendor scattered down, forming a mysterious formation, crushing down, isolating heaven and earth, almost forcibly cutting off the Samsara master. Right at this moment, Yi Fan took action. His eyes felt like they were going to split apart. He knew the consequences of the Void Emperor's actions, that he would be crippled and die afterwards. He scattered Wuxia's blood over the green copper cauldron, and then he directly smashed it outwards. The Void Emperor understood, also activating a wave of power, adding it to the green copper cauldron, shocking the supreme beings until they all quickly backed up, giving up on the Samsara master. The green copper cauldron smashed into the Samsara supreme being's resplendent head, directly exploding. Chapter 1603. Ah! The Lord of Samsara screamed miserably. His head exploded. The skull of a supreme being exploded, indicating that his immortal foundation had been shattered. He was someone who had achieved the Tao, someone who would be annihilated in this world, becoming the dust of history. At the same time, the green cauldron also exploded, transforming into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. It had also exploded. It was stained with the blood of great Emperor Wuxia and was originally an immortal artifact. Even though it was damaged, its power was still boundless and unfathomable. In addition to the Void Emperor and Yi Fan controlling it together, its divine might was even more unrivaled. However, after it smashed into the head of a supreme being, its body also disintegrated. From a certain aspect, one could see how unrivaled the past emperors and emperors were. Even though they were injured, they were still so powerful that no one dared to believe it. This was a third of the immortal ascension cauldron. It wasn't easy to gather all of it, yet it was destroyed in this battle. However, Yi Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. As long as he could kill a supreme being, let alone the green cauldron, even if his own body exploded, it didn't matter. The terrifying green immortal rain scattered in all directions. The Void Emperor staggered, a few fragments penetrating his body, causing him to be dripping with blood. Yi Fan was shocked. The Void Emperor actually couldn't evade it. Clearly, he paid a great price to prevent the Samsara sovereign from ascending to the peak. Now, his true body was crippled, and he was about to die. This caused him to feel a wave of fear. It wasn't for himself, but for the myriad of lives. If even the Void Emperor didn't have the strength to fight, then there really was no hope. Dazzling light erupted. After the head of the Lord of Samsara exploded, it turned into a ball of fire that burned fiercely. It tore through the dark cosmos, making this place seem incomparably terrifying. Had a true supreme martial artist died? This was definitely a major event that would shake the ages. Someone killed such a character. This was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. His radiance would shine through the ages, forever being remembered. This type of event was too great, shocking everyone. Dark era, killing a supreme being, bathing in the glory of his blood. This was destined to break through eternity, forever remembered. However, the Void Great Emperor's own condition was extremely terrible. For the sake of stopping the other party from returning to the imperial path, too many of his Tao skills and vital energy formed divine chains of order flew out. That was the fragment of the great path in his blood. It was the essence substance that allowed him to live and become powerful in this world. It was also the reason why he was able to fight this battle. He had consumed too much. His body staggered, and he couldn't stand steadily. Everything he did was for the sake of killing Paragon of Samsara. He had no choice. Great Emperor! Yi Fan cried out in grief. If Meng Qi did not stop the master of Samsara from ascending to the highest level, the entire world would have to submit to him, and no one would be able to keep him in check. Although he would eventually die, the destruction he had caused was enough to destroy all hope. Don't worry. Su Kong stabilized his body and mind and straightened his back once more. Although he could not hide his exhaustion, his eyes shone brightly once more. His battle intent surged as he stared ahead. Reincarnation Supreme Being's head was shattered, and his body was also in tatters. However, at this time, he trembled and stood up. He released a cold voice and said, "You want to kill me? It won't be that easy." His primordial spirit was in his torso, and it wasn't completely destroyed. Previously, when he said he wanted to ascend to the highest level, it was just a bluff. It was actually just a ploy to escape by abandoning his head. Su Kong, you're finished. For the sake of dealing with me and stopping me from returning to the imperial throne, you've already destroyed yourself. How much longer can you fight for? The master of Samsara's smile was extremely cruel. You! Yi Fan's heart went cold. He had been deceived. He clearly saw him ascend to the highest level. If he didn't stop him, he would become a true emperor. Who would have thought that this wasn't true? Were all ancient supreme beings this powerful? It made one feel despair. Even after paying such a great price, they still couldn't kill him. How were they supposed to fight? At this moment, Yi Fan's heart was filled with haze. This was the first time he felt gloomy. The entire world was this cold and bitter. Not even a single supreme being was killed. Unwillingness, anger, and gloominess weren't enough to express his emotions. However, this was the cruel reality. Every single ancient supreme being was unrivaled and difficult to kill. What do you take me for? You all are just an ant, a void corpse that isn't even a great emperor, yet you want to kill me? Go cultivate for another 100,000 years. The master of Samsara reconstructed his head. His primordial spirit's flame flourished, blazing fiercely. He looked down on everything under the heavens, standing in the starry sky, making one feel despair. I'm unwilling. Yi Fan cried out loudly. What is a supreme being? Unmatched under the heavens, matchless and unmatched, someone who had previously ruled the universe. It's still not enough for you all to kill me. The master of Samsara mocked. Then let's go again. Yi Fan roared angrily. With the Wuxia scripture in hand, he shook off a bit of the blood in the precious bottle. He was about to fight a decisive battle against him, not hesitating to take him down with him. However, right at this moment, the Void Emperor shook his head and said, "There's no need." You! Paragon of Samsara suddenly roared. He could sense that something was off. The essence, energy, soul, and cultivation of the Void the Arch had yet to dissipate. They were not destroyed by the explosion just now. They were still attached to his bones. Ah! The reincarnation supreme being screamed miserably. The Void Emperor's immortal realm in the sky trembled. It had dyed itself with the blood of more than one supreme being. Even if it couldn't be said to have done so since the ancient times, it wasn't too far off. At this time, it turned into a sun that descended, resonating with the void Tao and vital energy in the reincarnation supreme being's bones. The master of Samsara screamed miserably, struggling with everything he had, but he couldn't change anything. Not even the supreme beings in the distance came over to rescue him, because they knew that he was finished. It was impossible for him to forcefully advance to the extreme. His primordial spirit was still partially shattered by the green copper cauldron just now. At this time, his body was filled with the Tao laws of the void. The immortal mirror trembled. With a pu sound, the master of Samsara's body and mind both trembled. He began to break apart, and then he began to burn, completely exploding. This time he truly died. The primordial spirit turned into powder. The last bit of essence blood in his body rushed out, scattering down, landing on the emperor mirror. Another type of emperor blood was added to the ancient mirror, and it was completely devoured. The divine mirror became more and more simple and unadorned, possessing an indescribable type of charm. In the distance, the supreme beings all felt their hearts go cold. They saw someone at the same cultivation level break apart and be killed. For them, this was a type of shock. They were all those who achieved the Tao, previously unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. Yet today, there were two people who decided victory and defeat, deciding life and death. It left everyone greatly shaken. After the ancient wasteland war, another supreme being was killed like this. That ancient mirror is becoming more and more mysterious. I feel like it has a chance of breaking into the immortal domain. The Stone Emperor's way of looking at things was quite unique. What others paid attention to was the void itself, yet he stared at that ancient mirror. The Void Emperor's body swayed. It was as if he immediately aged 10,000 years. Even his eyes became a bit dim. He fought a great battle against 5 supreme beings, and then he killed the master of samsara. The price he paid was just too great. Now, a large half of his cultivation disappeared. His essence energy empty. He already couldn't hold on any longer, unable to continue fighting. Now I want to see what you can still use to fight. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being said coldly. The great Supreme Beings pressed forward. At this time, Hangyu Great Emperor also closed in while fighting, wishing to face the enemy together with the void. He knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. Roar! Yi Fan roared angrily. The Wuxia scripture in his hands quickly swept out with radiance, aiming at the people in front of him. Wuxia's natural laws covered the heavens, hacking towards the ancient supreme beings. Use your natural laws and power to kill the enemy. Don't waste a single drop for me. Soon, I will return to the eternal silence of the void. The Void Emperor calmly said. Yi Fan felt bitter inside, feeling like he was powerless to reverse the situation. This type of conclusion was hard for him to accept. Why was killing a supreme being so difficult? They were all former emperors and emperors, so it is normal for them to fight bitterly. Void's hands were stained with the blood of supreme beings throughout his life. Dying in battle is destined, and it is also the best ending. Void said. For the sake of the common people, what is wrong with bathing in their blood? This is a glory that will shake the ages, something that will be remembered for all eternity. Yi Fan loudly roared. Send Void on his way. The supreme beings coldly said, pressing forward murderously. This was the most terrifying great battle. Yi Fan fought until now, with the identity of an ant, yet he was able to obtain such results. It was worth it. He delivered an extremely crucial blow for the death of the reincarnation supreme being. That was why at this time, he truly didn't fear anything. Even if he died in battle immediately, it didn't matter. He charged forward with everything he had. In his hands, the Wuxia scripture shone, becoming dazzling. All types of Emperor Dao laws danced about, blasting the great supreme beings until their blood splashed 10,000 feet into the air. Meanwhile, Hangyu Great Emperor was even more so in a dangerous situation of life and death. They fought intensely, and Void was already injured, making the pressure Hangyu faced even greater. At this time, the Emperor weapons also went crazy, all of them rushing over. This place sank into the most terrifying battle and chaos. It was a tragic sight to behold. That was Emperor blood fluttering about, dyeing the cosmos red. Don't waste even the slightest bit of power because of me. The Void Great Emperor reminded again. Yi Fan still had one thing he wanted to use, but he endured it. He sent Void with tears in his eyes, knowing that this mighty emperor was about to die. Void, what else can you use to fight now? The Light and Darkness Supreme Being sneered. Stone Emperor was even more direct. The great halberd in his hand directly slashed down, wanting to personally cut off the Void Great Emperor's head, settling the grudge between Undying Mountain and Void from the desolate era. My blood has dried up, my spirit has weakened, but I still have my Dao bones. Why would I fear a battle? Void roared in anger. This roar contained the unyieldingness and unwillingness of a human emperor. He needed the power of the desolate era, but unfortunately, this was no longer the desolate era. He no longer had that kind of combat strength. Boom! At this moment, the Void Great Emperor's flesh split open. Sparkling Dao bones flew out one after another, turning into inextinguishable immortal light that flew towards the 4 supreme beings. The Emperor bones were like weapons, especially with the inextinguishable imprint of the Void Great Emperor carved on them. They were filled with unwillingness and unyielding roars. His bones were all shining and burning. One after another, they were like Emperor weapons that rushed towards the Stone Emperor, Light and Darkness Supreme Being, and the others. This was a battle where he refused to submit to fate. This was the final attack of a great emperor. Even though he could no longer hold on, he still resolutely and decisively took out his Dao bones. His blood had already been drained. In the end, even his Dao bones were sacrificed, and he died in battle without a trace of strength left. This place entered a great era of destruction. Everything was shattered. All types of light danced about, and immortal Tao laws trembled. Several supreme beings roared in anger, blocking the final attack of the Void Great Emperor before he died. The sparkling Tao bones exploded, burning into ashes. Ah! Yi Fan roared, doing everything he could to kill. Eternal Space Great Emperor was even more so, fighting a bloody battle. This place was dyed red with blood. The four great supreme beings were all dyed in blood, injured by the Emperor bones. They frantically retaliated, wishing to devour the last bit of the Void Great Emperor's flesh. The immortal mirror wailed, watching as the Void Great Emperor fell powerlessly. It erupted with dazzling light, releasing waves of sorrowful sounds. It was almost as if it was protecting itself, attacking here. This intense battle made heaven and earth collapse. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Stone Emperor was almost beaten into ruin, his primordial spirit seriously injured. Light and Darkness Supreme Being's arm also fell off. Divine Ruins Lord and Heaven Abandoning Supreme Being's weapons were broken. It was just too miserable. No one expected that the instant the Void Great Emperor fell on his back, that mirror and his Tao bones would have such unmatched divine abilities, seriously injuring more than one supreme being. It was as if it was infected by immortal Tao laws. At this moment, the Emperor bone was completely shattered, and half of the mirror also shattered. It couldn't endure the attacks of the four supreme beings. While breaking their weapons, it itself was also half destroyed. The mirror was sparkling and translucent. Half of its fragments landed on the Void Great Emperor's body, while the other half maintained the mirror form, still releasing undying radiance. It released woo-woo sounds of grief. Right now, all creatures in the cosmos were greatly shaken. Because of the will force of all life, they understood the result. There wasn't a single person who wasn't in grief. Hateful. Why didn't they return us a peak Void Great Emperor, letting him drag his ruined body through this type of battle that was completely impossible to win? The Void Great Emperor died in battle. The heavens have no eyes. In the cosmos, cries of grief sounded from countless star domains. 10,000 creatures wept in grief. At this moment, voices rang through the heavens above and earth below, sounds of grief everywhere. On the battlefield, the half of the Void Mirror rose and fell, protecting the Void Great Emperor's corpse. It headed into the depths of the cosmos, the woo-woo sounds making one's heart feel dismal, incomparably bitter. They couldn't help but shed tears. The supreme beings felt restraining fear towards that mirror, not immediately chasing after it. They watched from the distance. The Void Great Emperor's blood-soaked corpse wasn't that complete, only half of it remaining. It was because the Void Great Emperor's bones had pretty much all flown out, used to kill the enemy. Now that it lacked support, the original Emperor body was already a bit deformed, riddled with scars, flesh badly mangled. Recalling the desolate era, the extraordinary years, he fought alone, his life full of ups and downs. Even though he fought all the way to the 7 great life-restricted regions, he himself also shed blood for 10,000 years, all the way until he grew old, all the way until he died in battle. He fought his entire life in bloody battles, his blood scattered in the various great life-restricted regions, leaving behind his illustrious achievements, but also buried the rest of his life. In the end, in his declining years, he still fought even to the point of death, burying himself in the starry sky, still experiencing blood and flames in his own funeral song, dragging 2 supreme beings down the path of death with him. This was the Void Great Emperor's life. He didn't live a second life, spending his entire life quelling darkness chaos, all the way until he died in battle. Now, in this life, after being called out by all life, he appeared again. Fought. In the end, he no longer had his past fighting strength, but just like before, he used up his final bit of strength. His blood already flowed out, his Tao bones exploding. Just like that. He died in battle. It ended just like that. The half-ruined mirror accompanied the Void Great Emperor's ruined body, leaving into the distance, buried in the boundless void. Chapter 1604. The broken mirror and the void ended just like that. The cold starry space, the dark universe, was dyed with the Emperor's blood. The broken bones of the great Emperor hung there, cold and desolate. He had toiled his entire life. Finally, this day arrived. He no longer needed to fight a bloody battle. He no longer needed to rush about. He could enter eternal slumber. Arg! Yi Fan screamed, his voice shaking the entire universe. He was filled with sorrow and anger. His eyes turned red, but he couldn't change anything. He was powerless to reverse the situation. This was the ending of a human emperor. In the depths of the universe, tens of thousands of spirits wailed. Through the will energy of all living beings, many people knew about this. Their hearts were filled with bitterness and bitterness. Such an ending truly made them sigh. Great Emperor, little ancestor. Another person roared in the depths of the universe. Jianghu's body trembled. He gritted his teeth as tears of blood flowed down his face. The final battle, the final battle. He bled so much just like that. Even his Dao bones were sacrificed. Sounds of mourning rang out from the various regions. Yi Fan mumbled. At the final moment, he clearly saw a few people. The broken body belonged to the Void Emperor, GZ, and the Yellow Emperor. He was filled with hatred and let out a long howl of grief. Things ended just like that. How could he accept this? Such sorrow caused everyone to feel deep despair. A revered great emperor had fallen just like that. The 8 desolates trembled, the universe resonated, and the 10,000 Daros trembled. Heh, the void is finally dead. The light and darkness paragon spoke emotionlessly. Kill. When Yi Fan heard this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, what else could he do? He could only fight, using the enemy's blood as a sacrifice to the void. The remnant seals in the void had yet to dissipate. When they saw and heard the word kill, all of them roared in anger. Kill. The tremors caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The light and darkness paragon, who was the first to arrive, trembled violently. He was struck by a powerful killing intent and was flung through the air. A crack appeared on his immortal foundation. He had suffered a great loss. This result caused the others to be shocked. Their expressions changed. However, the light and darkness paragon stabilized himself. His expression was so cold that it was terrifying. Even the combined power of all living beings was unable to kill him. He was truly too powerful, and one could imagine how difficult it was to get rid of him. Unfortunately, the Void Great Emperor's imprint scattered, and the willpower that rushed over from anger also disappeared, unable to continue attacking. Just a bug, jumping around until now. Even the void has died. So what is the point of you living? We will harvest your life. The Lord of the Divine Ruins also spoke. Walking forward. Boom. An even more miserable great battle erupted. For great supreme beings took action, pressing forward murderously. Yi Fan went all out. He was an ant, far inferior to supreme beings. It was as if he was looking up at a giant dragon, but now that he had the chance to fight, he was already unafraid of death, no longer caring about his life. Meanwhile, Hangyu Great Sovereign's entire body flowed with light, slowly burning. That was the source of an emperor. He was going to risk his life to carry out the final bloody battle, using up his last bit of strength in this darkness chaos. The word Great Emperor was as heavy as a mountain. Yi Fan howled in grief. He saw the slowly shining Hangyu, and he choked with sobs, unable to speak. He knew that another respectable person was about to leave. In the depths of the cosmos, on a floating shattered continent, Sacred Prince roared angrily. This was the burial ground of the battle sacred ape bloodline. He frantically entered, raising the immortal iron rod, hoping to find the sacred emperor killing formation. Unfortunately, the formation was already damaged. In the end, he released a roar, flinging out the immortal iron rod, bringing the incomplete formation into the starry sky. In the void, GZ's ruined body drifted about in the darkness of the cosmos, as well as Yi Fan's roar. They were all sensed by Sacred Prince. His hair stood up in anger, wishing to go mad. The immortal iron rod left his hand, carrying his grief and anger. He asked the deity in the rod to bring the killing formation over, to fight until the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ow! This was a world-shocking roar, shaking up all of the existences in Origin Ancient Mind that had never appeared in the world, waking them up. They released divine light, looking towards the resplendent immortal iron rod in the cosmos. That pitch-black iron rod released endless streaks of auspicious multicolored light, endless strands of immortal light erupting with heaven overflowing might, rushing towards the battlefield. The most terrifying thing was that behind that iron rod was a golden figure, incomparably dignified, domineering under the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. It was as if the Emperor of Fighting in his prime had been reborn. In that instant, the immortal iron rod brought the killing formation to the cosmos battlefield. It hacked down, directly aiming at the supreme being who was currently hunting down Yifan, a furious roar shaking the starry sky. Dang! Light and Darkness Supreme Being and the others originally wanted to get rid of Yifan, turn the ant into dust sooner, because Great Emperor Wuxia's blood was about to run out. However, at this time, the immortal iron rod smashed down, completely unexpected to everyone. It was extremely special. With a honglong sound, it smashed apart the magical staff in Light and Darkness Supreme Being's hands that had been shattered by the void mirror, directly smashing into his body, almost directly hacking him in half. A chunk of his skull even shattered, half of his face badly mangled, bones broken, blood dripping out, the scene too horrible to endure. Emperor of Fighting. The four paragons were all shocked. They could naturally tell that this wasn't merely the might of the immortal iron rod. Behind it, there was a gigantic holy ape. His entire body was covered in resplendent fur. He stood tall in the starry space, resembling a towering pillar of the heavens. His eyes were as deep as the sea. He was the one who smashed down with the rod. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being groaned in misery. An expression of pain appeared on his face. That strike earlier was more severe than he had imagined, actually injuring his immortal foundation, causing terrifying cracks to appear on it. To paragons, this was the most terrifying thing. For the sake of longevity, they had to ensure that their immortal foundation would remain undying. They must not suffer such a calamity. So this is actually the case. This is the battle intent left behind by the Emperor of Fighting after he transformed into a war immortal. It actually hasn't dissipated yet, and it's still contained within the immortal iron rod. The Stone Emperor coldly spoke. This caused everyone to be shocked. Back then, the Emperor of Fighting was too tyrannical. In the end, he didn't have a good ending, directly exploding to death when he transformed into a war immortal. That kind of battle intent was naturally extremely powerful. No wonder the instant it appeared, it almost killed the Light and Darkness Paragon, even injuring his immortal foundation. Yifan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Back then, he had once seen this Saint Emperor's body. It manifested when the victorious Buddha brought the immortal iron rod to the Origin ancient mine to retrieve the life stone. The heaven-abandoning paragon coldly laughed. It's truly powerful, and he didn't even self-destruct. But in the end, it's merely a battle intent. It can only manifest a few times before it is completely destroyed. BZZ, the holy ape swept out with its iron rod as a formation behind it flew out and exploded, attacking the Stone Emperor and the other paragons. This place erupted into a commotion once more. Initially, the Hangyu Immortal Emperor and Yifan were already in a disadvantageous position under the powerful attacks of the four paragons. But now, there were signs of the situation turning around. The battlefield was in an uproar. The blood of paragons splattered as the sound of bones breaking rang out. Sadly, that inextinguishable battle intent of the Saint Emperor only lasted for a few moments before vanishing. Also, the damaged formation was shattered, no longer existing. Only an immortal iron rod remained, radiating auspicious light. In the end, he wasn't the Emperor of Fighting. It was merely a battle intent that injured the paragons. Now, he himself had died, no longer able to exist in this world. Everything returned to the starting point. The amount of Wuxia's sovereign blood in Yifan's hand grew lesser and lesser, about to dry up. The might of the secret art unleashed by Wuxia was also weakening. Although it sent paragons flying and caused them to bleed, it was no longer as imposing as before. As for the Hangyu Immortal Emperor, he was too fatigued. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was ultimately no longer the him of the past. He lacked the unparalleled combat prowess of the past and fought bitterly. His sovereign blood was burning and his body glowed with light. He was fighting with his life on the line. Evidently, he had a goal. At the very least, he wanted to bring a paragon along with him to die. Even if he had no way to completely quell the chaos of the darkness, he wanted to reduce the number of paragons alive to the minimum. This was a sorrowful choice, but also the cruel reality. He was no longer the same as before. He was powerless to quell all the chaos and could only do his best to reduce the amount of blood in the world. The two of them were on the verge of collapse, about to die at any moment. But at this moment, the collective power of the Emperor weapons erupted once more, disregarding the consequences, even if it might injure the deities within. The death of the great Emperor, the shattering of the void mirror, the sad song after sad song caused them to descend into a frenzy. The situation on the battlefield changed. The immortal foundation of the light and darkness sovereign is cracked. Today, I will do my best to bring him along with me. The calm voice of the Hangyu immortal emperor rang out in Yi Fan's ears. This caused his heart to sink as he felt a kind of pain. Clearly, this great emperor didn't have much life left and couldn't hold on anymore. He wanted to use his last bit of strength to kill a paragon. Maybe I can allow the great emperor to have some strength left to kill one more paragon. Yi Fan replied. He needed an opportunity. He wanted to wait for the paragon to be exhausted and let down his guard. Rumble! The Wuxia scripture rumbled, blasting out beam after beam of light. As for the blood in the bottle in Yi Fan's hand, it had already reached the bottom and was about to dry up. Even ants want to look up to the world of the heavenly dragon? This isn't overestimating one's capabilities, but rather, it's lamentable. The light and darkness sovereign arrived, shifting positions with the other paragons. He finally came to kill Yi Fan once more. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood and injuries. His essence energy was severely depleted and there were cracks on his immortal foundation. If he didn't die, he would undoubtedly be in the greatest danger. Because he needed to repair his immortal foundation, the number of living beings he needed to devour would be the greatest. He had to kill them all. Yi Fan used the Wuxia scripture in his hand to attack with all his might. After that, the light in his eyes suddenly erupted as 81 great banners flew out, shaking the starry space. At this moment, the heavens and earth collapsed, ghosts wailed and gods howled. The stars were like candles that were extinguished by a gust of wind. The entire starry space turned dark. Undying Heavenly Emperor! The master of the divine ruins cried out in shock. How could it be his emperor-grade forbidden weapon? Even the stone emperor was stunned, a heavy expression on his face. Everyone was stunned. The fame of the undying heavenly emperor was too great, shaking the ancient eras. He was an existence that was worshipped by many great races in the cosmos after the ancient emperors. No one rushed over to stop him. They didn't want to invite trouble onto themselves. This was an emperor-grade forbidden weapon. It existed precisely for the sake of destruction. The so-called forbidden weapons were weapons that could only be used once or a few times. Different levels meant different levels of power. They were destined to be completely destroyed in battle. If one wanted to kill, they had to destroy themselves first. What kind of character was the undying heavenly emperor? The emperor-grade forbidden weapon he left behind was naturally world-shocking. Its power couldn't compare to the damaged green copper cauldron from not long ago, but the divine might it released definitely wouldn't be much weaker. At this moment, the light and darkness sovereign's entire body was covered in injuries. Even his bones were broken. If he were to face such an attack again, he would naturally be in a dangerous situation. Moreover, his immortal foundation had cracks. It was difficult for him to ascend to the peak in a short period of time. What a pity! Yi Fan sighed silently. These great banners were cracked and could only be used once. If they could be used a few more times, it would be enough to cause an ancient supreme being to suffer unbearable injuries. Roar! The eternal universe immortal emperor transformed into a beam of fire as he flew over. His entire body was burning. He was going all out, giving it his all. The flames engulfed the light and darkness sovereign. The stone emperor coldly stood at the side. The lord of the divine ruins and the heaven-abandoning paragon didn't help because they knew that the light and darkness sovereign was finished. His immortal foundation had been ignited by the eternal universe immortal emperor. No one would be able to save him. Anyone who went up would only invite trouble to themselves. The three paragons no longer looked at the eternal universe immortal emperor and the light and darkness sovereign. They only coldly stared at Yi Fan. Right now, only an ant remained. There was no one else who could obstruct their footsteps. The void has died. The eternal universe immortal emperor will die as well. Vent your sorrow and pain to your heart's content before offering your sacrifice. The lord of the divine ruins spoke, his voice filled with disdain. He was looking down on Qin Wentian. Because of his strength, he could do whatever he wanted in this world. The void has died. The eternal universe immortal emperor will die as well. Now, I no longer feel sorrow, only battle intent. Even if I die, I will make you pay the price. Yi Fan's voice was cold. There were no more tears. He couldn't even express his sorrow. Right now he could only fight. Chapter 1605. This is the coldest joke I've ever heard. A speck of dust wants to fill the sea, A stalk of grass wants to split the heavens. How lamentable. The Lord of the Divine Ruins shook his head. He took a step forward and attacked Yi Fan. Even though he was covered in blood and the attacks from the Emperor weapon became more and more ferocious, he had already made up his mind to eliminate Yi Fan. The Eternal Universe General was dead. No one could control this battlefield anymore. Now, it was time for the curtains to fall. Next would be the Dark Feast, the time for them to roam the cosmos. Yi Fan was no longer angry. He also forgot about the pain. There was only battle intent in his heart. For the last time, the Wuxia scripture in his hand flipped, the Emperor Dao laws rushing forward. Also his immortal foundation shone, preparing to borrow the last bit of the Dao evolution immortal robe to explode his grand completion saint body before his life ended, using his body to shatter and his bones to fight against the Supreme. Boom! At the side, the flames of the eternal universe great Dao burned, causing that place to boil. The light and darkness sovereign screamed miserably, powerless to struggle as his immortal foundation exploded. No, I'm unwilling. I haven't even seen the immortal realms yet, and I still want to live for eternity. He roared in anger like he had lost his mind. Sadly, the ending was already set, it was impossible to change. Within the flames, the Supreme's body shattered, becoming tribulation dust. His immortal foundation also shattered, turning into light and rain. The Stone Emperor and the heaven-abandoning sovereign saw all of this without any fluctuations. One of the lords of the Samsara had already died. At this point, no matter who died, they wouldn't be moved. They killed their way to the throne of the Emperor Path, invincible in the heavens and earth. After that, they experienced several chaos throughout the ages. Their hearts had long since turned cold. Let alone a Supreme who was unrelated to them. Even their own flesh and blood wouldn't make them frown. The remaining Wuxia blood in Yi Fan's hand could only be measured by how many drops it was left. Cracks appeared on the body of the bottle. The Lord of the Divine Ruins' palm struck over, shaking him. At this moment, the power of the Wuxia scripture was far inferior to before. What should he do? How should he fight? Finally, at the last moment, Yi Fan could only rely on the flesh and blood of his divine physique, which was known to be able to challenge a great emperor. If he really exploded, blood would definitely dye the blue sky, and the enemy would suffer heavy injuries. The moment he was about to go all out, the world suddenly exploded. A giant monument struck over. The Lord of the Divine Ruins sneered. Without even looking, he slapped forward, causing it to explode. However, right at this time, an aura that left even supreme beings horrified spread. Endless strands of immortal light surged, submerging this place. Immortal Ascension Steel. They knew what this was, and there was a type of powerful divine force sealed within. When the monument exploded, it would naturally injure them. Supremacy Samsara flew into a rage out of humiliation. It was just a stone steel, yet it had actually caused him to be drenched in blood. Although it was difficult to kill him, he was still in a rather sorry state. Boom! Another monolith flew over. It was just as large and majestic. Let's see how many steels you still have. This time, he flicked his finger. Even from far away, that enormous steel exploded, unable to approach. The 6 paths of reincarnation steel was destroyed. However, a type of boundless fist intent suddenly covered heaven and earth, shaking the starry sky. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist source fist intent, an unmatched secret technique. Honglong. The fist intent was unmatched, connecting the heavens and earth, actually resonating with Yi Fan, causing the flesh and blood in his body to boil. He temporarily abandoned the Wuxia scripture and directly rushed over. All of the blood vessels in his body surged, battle intent surging into the heavens. The divine physique and this source fist intent had a special connection. Dong! Yi Fan's fist split the boundless starry sky, striking out berserk, directly attacking fiercely. His fists resonated with the source, releasing the most powerful attack power of this body, as if the true divine physique had been revived. Every single fist drew blood, directly penetrating the Lord of the Divine Ruins' body. Even his imperial Dao laws were scattered. What was this? Everyone was shocked. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was a technique recorded on the path of immortality, but it actually resonated with the divine physique, activating every inch of his flesh and blood. At this time, Yi Fan was like an unrivaled divine monarch. This was not an experience of battle experience, but rather the release of a type of primal instinct, precisely for the sake of killing the enemy. Kill! Yi Fan roared, his eyes blood-red. The Wuxia scripture flipped, floating above his head, helping him block the attacks of the imperial Tao laws and divine chains of order. The Lord of the Divine Ruins was a bit confused. At this moment, he was actually sent flying by an ant, a fist almost piercing through his body, causing him to spurt out blood. There is a saying that the 6 paths of reincarnation fist might have been created by the divine physique's first ancestor, but it has not been proven. Now, it seems like there is some truth to it. Stone Emperor said. The fist intent finally exploded. Yi Fan lost that kind of resonance, the blood in his body was no longer berserk, and the divine physique returned to its original state. However, that short experience just now was extremely precious to him. Not only did it resonate with the source of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, there was also the reaction of the 2 divine physiques themselves. The recovery of their primal instincts allowed him to see a world that he had never seen before. It just had to be at this time. Yi Fan said to himself, not sad, not smiling. Now for him, it didn't have much meaning, because there was no hope or tomorrow. Otherwise, if he could survive, his heavenly emperor fist might undergo another transformation, and his battle awareness would become even more astonishing. His physical body would gradually become unrivaled under the heavens. Lowly speck of dust, in front of a supreme being as vast as the ocean, your laughable and lamentable luck has come to an end. The Lord of the Divine Ruins' face was gloomy. He turned into a streak of light and rushed over. Instantly, the chains on his body rattled, and millions of strands of divine light appeared. Bang! Yi Fan took action. Wuxia flipped through the scriptures, and at the same time, he was also resisting. However, he was still sent flying. His body was pierced through by a streak of light, and blood flowed out. This was the power of the imperial Tao laws. It was the most terrifying, causing a bloody hole to appear between his brows. If not for the existence of the Tao Evolution Immortal Robe, protecting his immortal platform, he would have definitely died from this strike. In the distant star domain, the old lunatic's entire body was covered in blood. He threw out the 2 tablets, but it was difficult for him to move forward while carrying the large cocoon. At first, it was fine when he brought it out, but the more he walked, the more terrifying the cocoon became, wanting to crush everything that approached it. Throw it out, damn it, I can't throw it out, damn it, woof. The Black Emperor followed close, almost going crazy. He did his best to carve the formation platform, but when the immortal cocoon descended, those patterns were directly obliterated. This cocoon was terrifying and strange, unpredictable and uncontrollable. In the cosmos battlefield, everything was coming to an end. Yi Fan flew out horizontally, suffering another injury. If not for the last dozen drops of Wuxia blood and the protection of the scriptures, if not for the light of the Tao Evolution Immortal Robe, he would have already died. Long. The Eternal Universe Great Emperor's body was like a sun, bringing with it heaven-overflowing Tao flames as he rushed over, exceeding all speed, cutting off the path ahead, clashing head-on with the Lord of the Divine Ruins several times. This time, the Stone Emperor and Heaven-Abandoning Supreme were both attacking, but the Emperor weapons also went berserk, fiercely attacking them. In the end, this place erupted. The Eternal Universe Great Emperor also finally came to an end. He fell towards the sky, his body breaking into pieces. The divine furnace forged from Phoenix blood went all out, directly exploding in this place. It was as if a scarlet rain of blood was raining down. The mournful cries of a phoenix could be heard. The Eternal Universe furnace that became fragments carried the shattered corpse of Eternal Universe into the depths of the cosmos, leaving this battlefield. The 3 supreme beings suffered serious injuries in the clash, but in the end, they persevered. They were still alive. Now, only Yi Fan was left on the battlefield. For them, there was no one else who could stop their footsteps. They traveled through the cosmos, swept through the star domains. No one could stop them. Yi Fan was like a moth flying into a flame, slaughtering his way forward. Ho! In the depths of the cosmos, a long roar sounded. The human demon old man stood on a desolate star, staring at an enormous light source, saying, I finally obtained the most precious food since ancient times, but I have to fight it out again. If the Black Emperor was here, he would definitely go crazy. It was precisely the Emperor source that he had bitterly chased after back then that was cut off by the old Tang snake, causing him to lose all traces. Now, it was obtained by the human demon Dongfang Tai, truly finding it. Something left behind by the great Emperor Dao transformation. Then continue. Dao transformation. The human demon released a loud shout, guiding the Emperor source left behind towards the direction of the Dao transformation. In the end, it struck out, turning into a terrifying expanse of light, rushing straight into the battlefield. Stone Emperor, Heaven abandoning supreme, and the Lord of the Divine Ruins' fine hairs stood on end. The cosmos void was annihilated, a ball of light approaching, making them all horrified. An ordinary person's Dao transformation was ineffective against them, but the source of those at the same level, at this time, burning into light, rushing over like this undoubtedly possessed powerful destructive power. They chose to evade. However, there was a type of imprint fluctuation in this rain of light. It didn't disappear, rushing over to kill them on its own. It was clear that this change was unexpected. In the end, they used their own essence blood to extinguish the rain of light, extinguishing the power of the Dao transformation, injuring a portion of their vitality. At this point, the last strand of light in the great era of darkness was also about to be extinguished, nearing its end. The three supreme beings pressed over. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. What else could he use to fight? His immortal foundation shone, the blood in his body surging. He wanted to self-detonate in the intense battle, letting the supreme being's blood splatter everywhere. Suddenly, a faint immortal voice rang out, like a song, like weeping, shaking the starry sky. At the limits of that star domain, an old man appeared. His body was in decline, his eyes dim, carrying a type of sorrow as he walked over step by step. Gai Jiuyo. Yi Fan saw a type of resolution on his face. The tribulation-crossing immortal song was playing. The sorrow on his face wasn't for himself, but for the great emperor, for all living things. Senior. He called out softly, releasing a light sigh. In terms of talent, Gai Jiuyo was definitely one of the most stunning people since ancient times, publicly acknowledged by the entire world. If not for Azure Emperor achieving the Dao before him, the two of them being too close, he would have definitely become another great emperor. Such a stunning person, breaking into the quasi-emperor realm in the shortest amount of time, and then advancing to the limit, already touching upon that unmatched domain, yet he still couldn't undergo the final transformation. Life's regret. After the desolate era, heaven and earth changed greatly. Everything was just that difficult. This was especially the case when Azure Emperor's great Dao hadn't disappeared, yet he could still reach that step, almost breaking through the restrictions of endless time, changing history, creating miracles, truly achieving the Dao. This already couldn't be described with just the word, stunning. What a pity. An unrivaled hero was born in the wrong era. His life made others sigh with regret. Interesting, even an old and weak quasi-emperor dares to attack us? Something's not right. So powerful, truly powerful, almost breaking through our trial, but something unexpected happened in the end. This was the evaluation of an ancient supreme being. The tribulation transcendence immortal song sounded. Gai Jiuyo walked over step by step, his entire body shining. The sorrow on his face was concealed, gradually becoming peaceful. With every step he took, the great Dao of heaven and earth would resound, and the light on his body would also become more and more resplendent. Moreover, during this process, his withered body would release sounds. In the end, the sound of blood flowing within his body could be clearly heard, like the surging of a long river, like the raging sea splitting the sky. Astonishing changes were happening to Gai Jiuyo. With every step he took, it was as if he was walking against the river of time for 100 years. His body was becoming younger, once again radiating vitality. Yi Fan's eyes became blurry, filled with mist. He had a feeling of wanting to cry out loud. This dark upheaval was too cruel, and Gai Jiuyo was fighting with the last of his life. This old man was forcefully refining his essence qi, restoring himself to the peak state of the past. He was going to fight against the ancient emperor. The result of doing this was that perhaps in 2 hours, perhaps in an hour, perhaps in a quarter of an hour, he would directly turn into dust, body and soul destroyed, forever no longer existing. He was originally already old, but for this battle, he refined his blood essence, condensing time, all for that moment of power, recovering to the peak state of the past when he was about to break into the great emperor realm. Who dares fight against me? Gai Jiuyo asked, his voice calm, without anger or sorrow, only a type of confidence. His face carried a type of astonishing brilliance. When these words were spoken, it was deafening, leaving the three supreme beings stunned. Gai Jiuyo's voice resounded through heaven and earth. What kind of determination and boldness was this? Did the ancient supreme beings dare fight against him? You want to fight against us? Stone Emperor asked coldly. Do you dare? Gai Jiuyo asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it made the stars in the sky tremble. If anyone else said this, they would definitely be thought to have gone mad, and the people of the world would laugh at them. Meanwhile, supreme beings would naturally show disdain, not paying them any attention. However, when Gai Jiuyo spoke these words, even heaven and earth trembled, making everyone feel a type of great boldness, feeling that this was a matter of course, believing that he had the qualifications to fight against supreme beings. Moreover, the three ancient supreme beings themselves were all stunned, momentarily forgetting to berate him. They actually had a type of feeling that this person really was a matchless expert of a generation. It was as if they were treating him as one of their own. Tribulation Crossing Immortal song sounded, resounding through the starry sky. Gai Jiuyo's body became younger and younger, radiance covering his body. He walked over step by step, his dim eyes full of astonishing brilliance. In the end, blood energy rushed into the heavens, the declining figure disappearing, replaced by a body full of vitality, divine appearance imposing, transcendent. Was this what Gai Jiuyo looked like when he was young? He possessed a type of matchless heroic bearing, eyes brilliant, black hair thick, scattering over his shoulders and back, as if he was the reincarnation of an immortal king, his entire being transcendent and powerful. This was a wondrous man with heaven-warping talent, divine appearance like jade, possessing a type of matchless might. As he stood there, his unique aura oppressed the heavens, a single person able to suppress the universe, surpassing deities. This was the young Gai Jiuyo, the supreme being of the universe, unparalleled in this world. His eyes were bright, his bearing unmatched, his tone calm as he said, "Who dares fight against me?" These words weren't arrogant, it made others feel that it was only natural, believing that he had the ability to challenge supreme beings. Yi Fan's heart was sour, he couldn't help but sigh. Gai Jiuyo truly yearned for a battle, wishing to compete against a great emperor, wishing to fight against an ancient emperor, fulfilling one of his wishes. He could have become an emperor, but he was born in the wrong era. If the Azure Emperor was still alive, he believed that he would definitely challenge him back then. Now, he wanted to bid farewell to this era in the most glorious battle, prove that he wasn't weaker than others, make up for his lifetime's regrets. Gai Jiuyo's dream, Gai Jiuyo's death, Gai Jiuyo's wish. A hero who should have blossomed with the most resplendent radiance in history missed an era. He wanted to pave out his own emperor path in the ultimate battle. Even if he died, he had to reach the peak in the final instant. This was a supreme being hero with regrets, as well as an old man who had a dream in his heart that hadn't disappeared. He was going to burn in the most resplendent fiery light, the curtains falling. The Lord of the Divine Ruins' entire body shone, treating his own injuries, recovering. You? A quasi-emperor. Yet you want to challenge me? Fine. I'll help you fulfill your wish of sending yourself to death. This battle erupted. The result shocking. Gai Jiuyo's aura devoured mountains and rivers, oppressing even the supreme beings of a generation to the point of being shocked. As soon as he appeared, blood splashed into the sky. This was a battle between emperors. They fought their way into the starry sky, crossing through many star domains, leaving behind endless battle remains, as well as leaving behind endless legends for later generations, shaking the eternal universe. From this day forth, Gai Jiuyo never appeared again, sublimating in a glorious battle, ending the curtains. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Divine Ruins didn't appear either, the curtains falling, leaving this world. Chapter 1606. Endless great stars became fragments. Stellar rivers eternally turned to dust one after another. Many ancient regions were ruined, becoming star ruins. Many star systems were in a mess, destroyed. Emperor blood scattered everywhere. No one knew the details of that battle, but there were many legends left behind. Even after many years passed, the glory and sorrow of the human race supreme being Gai Jiuyo were sung. There were some who said that in the final instant, he corroborated the Tao, becoming a great emperor. Then, he dimmed at the absolute peak like fireworks. After the brilliance passed, he walked towards darkness, thus disappearing. There were others who said that they saw the supreme being in the darkness chaos, forced to submerge that star domain. There were others who said that they saw an immortal flame burn, destroying the Tao traces of the heavens, burying everything, not leaving anything behind. The hero of a generation, Guy Joyo, disappeared from this world. After this battle, he never appeared again, leaving behind endless sorrow and sorrow. Even after many years passed, it was still being sung. In the depths of the cosmos, immortal music lingered. A white-clothed woman's face was covered in tears, playing a tribulation-crossing immortal song in grief, full of grief, sending off her master. She was Xia Joyo. In the cosmos battlefield, the battle continued. There was only Yi Fan left, completely without hope. The entire world was filled with haze and austere. Now, who could keep Stone Emperor and Heaven-abandoning Supreme in check? No one was their opponent anymore. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood. He fought until his body was in tatters, divine might exhausted, not having the slightest bit of fighting strength left. As he watched this conclusion, he was powerless, full of unwillingness and grief. An emperor weapon exploded, shattered, but it also released a powerful fluctuation, blasting the two great supreme beings until half their bodies were covered in blood, almost becoming crippled. There was no hope left, making one feel despair. The emperor weapons went crazy to the extreme, wishing to destroy everything indiscriminately. For the two great supreme beings, this was an extremely dangerous sign. Only the two of them were left. The ancient supreme beings' 5 emperor weapons were all destroyed. When faced with the wrath of these emperor weapons, they would be in a life-and-death situation. Chang! In the distance, sword cries sounded. There was a killing sword that carried heaven overflowing bloody light as it arrived. There was a new emperor weapon that joined. This was a killing sword from the spiritual treasure celestial being. Then, the second immortal sword flew over, blood radiance sweeping through the stars. It was unknown just how many light years long it was, breaking through the confinement of the cosmos, arriving in an instant. The Black Emperor roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out the third killing sword. The sword body had the imprint of slaughtering immortals. It was dripping with blood, making this entire cosmos tremble. In the depths of the starry sky, a monkey that looked very similar to the sacred prince stood up and opened his palm. A killing sword that had an aura similar to his and had already fused with him soared into the sky, turning into a beam of eternal light as it shot over. Boom! The 4 killing swords arrived together, brandishing about, erupting with resplendent radiance, hacking down murderously, adding a wave of power to the emperor weapon. Moreover, in that instant, in a distant star system, within a vast ocean, a Tao diagram flew up. The sound of chanting filled the air as 4 killing swords appeared. This was a formation diagram refined from immortal materials, engraved with the spiritual treasure celestial being's unmatched Tao marks, merging with the 4 swords. This wasn't a normal formation, but rather a great killing weapon that could truly kill supreme beings. In that instant, the 4 swords returned to their positions, forming a world-shocking killing formation. With a Wunglong sound, a streak of resplendent radiance was released, hacking down on Stone Emperor's body. Kong Chong sounds rang out, triggering an intense confrontation. Right at this time, the other emperor weapons also joined in, entering the formation to carry out the fatal attack. Stone Emperor and Heaven-abandoning Supreme's expressions truly changed. If they didn't return to their peak state, then they might face a bloody disaster. Streak after streak of blood flew out from their bodies. This was already no longer the original killing formation. Now that many emperor weapons were added, it became much more powerful. The two of them had no choice but to stake it all, carrying out the final bloody struggle. The creator of the group's secret character, the representative of the unmatched killing formation, truly is terrifying. Unfortunately, it isn't the spiritual treasure celestial being controlling it. No one understands the most complex and profound immortal texts and Tao marks, so the power can't be displayed to the greatest. Even though Stone Emperor was seriously injured, he still stabilized himself. Without the main leader, he didn't feel like he was in a situation of inevitable death, so he launched a counterattack. With a raise of his hand, a similarly terrifying killing formation appeared, vicious energy rushing into the heavens. This was a type of blood formation that devoured 10,000 spirits. He actually still had something up his sleeve. In that instant, blood energy overflowed into the heavens, surging, drowning out this stellar domain. In addition, he raised his hand, grabbing towards Yi Fan. It was because right now, Yi Fan was seriously injured, fighting until he was half crippled. Wuxia didn't have the support of blood, so he already couldn't release Emperor Dao laws. Blood sacrifice my formation. Stone Emperor said. Yi Fan didn't resist. Only when he got close did he say, I'll sacrifice it for you. He was extremely unyielding, directly letting his body explode, wanting to take down half of Stone Emperor's life. In addition, there was a type of Tao transformation power spreading. He wanted to burn his own blood into ashes, not leaving behind any life substance. Stone Emperor released a muffled groan. His arms split apart, almost exploding. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was already in pieces, about to self-destruct under the Tao transformation rain of light. You want to die? It won't be that easy. You can only die if I want you to die, and you can only live if I want you to live. I will decide whether you live or die. Stone Emperor's expression was cold. He repaired his arm, the space between his brows releasing auspicious radiance. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, actually directly extinguishing the Tao transformation rain of light. Then, he raised his hand, making Yi Fan's broken body merge back together. He threw him into the blood formation, saying, I'll leave you alive so you can suffer in the blood sea. Yi Fan laughed bitterly. He didn't even completely succeed in self-destructing, only injuring one of his opponent's arms. His primordial spirit wasn't powerful enough, and he didn't have Emperor Tao laws. The difference was too great after all. From a certain perspective, he really was just an ant. Even if he crawled into the body of a giant dragon, he still wouldn't be able to defy the heavens. He knew that he didn't have much time left, that he was about to leave this world. There were laughter, tears, past people and events all appeared in his heart, day after day, scene after scene. He didn't want to give up just like that. If there was a chance, he would still destroy everything indiscriminately, using the power of crushing his bones to make the other party's blood splash 3,000 feet. In the distance, Laozi and Shakyamuni hurried back from the depths of the endless stellar domain, tossing several damaged great emperor formations into the center of the battlefield. This place became even more chaotic. It was clear that the situation had worsened greatly, going out of control, making the two great supreme beings frown. In the distant depths of the starry sky, on a meteor, Duanda's entire body was covered in blood. There was a damaged scripture at his side that had formation patterns extending outwards, dyed in blood. He almost sacrificed his own blood, saying through clenched teeth, This humble Taoist refined the celestial being true blood with great difficulty, and now I have to offer it all up as soon as it was born. The loss is too great. Not even digging up several great emperor tombs can make up for it. He howled, feeling incomparably pained. He was sacrificing himself. The heaven-devouring demonic cover rose and fell within the formation patterns of the damaged scripture, the bloody light turning into mysterious symbols and power, calling out to the demonic cover to awaken. This wasn't the ordinary revival of an emperor weapon, but the revival of its subconscious. It was because this wasn't an ordinary emperor weapon. It was formed from the shockingly talented great empress head. What Duanda wanted to revive wasn't the emperor weapon itself, but the empress subconscious and potential. In the end, he brought out the half of the heaven-devouring demonic cover and shouted, Unmatched female heavenly empress, this humble Taoist paid half of his life. Please return to one go. He muttered incantations, the incantation like thunder, shaking the starry sky. The half of the heaven-devouring demonic cover flew up, rushing into the depths of the cosmos. At this moment, the other half sensed something, flying over in an instant. With a rumbling sound, the two merged as one, vaguely forming the image of a woman that suppressed the world. This was the most unique emperor weapon in the world, refined from the flesh and blood of a great emperor, using his own body as a mortal material to forge a peerless emperor weapon. Meanwhile, he broke free from the divine core. Rumble! It rushed into the cosmos battlefield, not like a weapon at all, but more like a true living great emperor, arriving in an instant. Amidst the huge fluctuations, heaven-abandoning Supreme flew up, revealing an expression of disbelief. His body was covered in cracks, and he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with great difficulty, saying, Is it an emperor weapon or a person? This is a bit strange. Heaven-abandoning Supreme made a move, slapping forward, but after the demonic cover became one, a woman's illusory image actually appeared, her divine might matchless. With a stomp, the surroundings collapsed, causing his body to tremble. It's just an emperor weapon. Can it really defy the heavens? It's not like she came personally. Heaven-abandoning Supreme roared, rapidly increasing his battle prowess, but the glabella of the woman in front of the demonic cover shone brilliantly, shooting out strand after strand of multicolored light, actually canceling out his power. Rumble! Most importantly, the demonic cover shone, and a huge killing formation appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth, submerging this place. Together with Laozi, Shakyamuni, and the others' damaged formations, this place became a danger zone. All types of great Emperor Dao marks attacked together, terrifying to the extreme. The Wuxia scripture that originally calmed down, died in the blood of the void eternal universe, as well as the supreme beings floating here, also shone again, turning over a mysterious page. Formations interweaved, constructing another great formation. Just some weapons, yet you want to kill an emperor? You can't defy the heavens. The two supreme beings cried out, but the situation was many times more serious than they had imagined. Every single emperor weapon began to shine, borrowing the great fluctuations here to summon all types of great emperor formations left behind in the cosmos, all of them suppressing over. Some damaged formations that had long been buried, unable to reappear in the world at this moment, because of the roars of so many emperor weapons, as well as the eruption of endless power, all of them revived, uprooting from the ground, suppressing over. Roar! Heaven abandoning Supreme couldn't hold on any longer. He had no path of retreat, no choice. At this moment, he rose to the extreme, his Tao rapidly rising, reaching the peak, releasing undying radiance. The damaged formations in the surroundings all exploded, unable to suppress him. Even Stone Emperor's blood formation collapsed, because the materials weren't good enough, unable to resist this type of matchless might. The entire cosmos was trembling, many great stars exploding one after another. Heaven abandoning Supreme didn't hide this type of divine might at all, as if he could crush the entire great wasteland with a single stomp. Heaven abandoning Supreme was in despair. He never thought that before the Feast of Slaughter, he would actually be forced to this step, sublimating to the extreme, turning into a matchless ancient emperor. No one could stop his footsteps. However, this also meant that soon, he would self-destruct under the most brilliant radiance. Yi Fan didn't know whether to feel gratified or to sigh. This supreme being was destined to die, but the price was just too great. Heaven abandoning Supreme, you've paid such a price, yet Stone Emperor is waiting for you to sublimate to the extreme. Don't you feel regret? Yi Fan spoke. A pair of ice-cold eyes swept over. Many star domains became dim. This was a true matchless Emperor Dao law, without the slightest flaw. Heaven abandoning Supreme's expression was cold like an ice sculpture. However, he didn't take action against Stone Emperor. At this moment, apart from the spiritual treasure celestial being's formation diagram, Wuxia's formation diagram, as well as the heaven-devouring demonic jar's formation diagram, everything else was destroyed. The fluctuations of ancient emperor laws engulfed the world. Many emperor artifacts rose and fell within the formation diagram, but the beams of light that swept over couldn't truly injure him. Who in the world could match him? A true ancient emperor appeared. The 9 heavens 10 earths no longer had any opponents. All life in the world was suffocating, trembling under this type of oppressive atmosphere, lacking the slightest bit of hope. Indiscriminate destruction. A divine roar sounded from within an emperor artifact that was about to shatter. It took form, an elder, Tao light flowing about him, as if his blood was burning. He was the first to rush over, and then he exploded on his own. These were emperor-level fluctuations. He chose death, rushing forward without the slightest bit of hesitation. He turned into the most brilliant fiery light. Heaven abandoning Supreme's majestic body swayed, but killing him was too difficult. There was no hope, not even a single drop of blood splashing out. This was the power of an ancient emperor, exceeding everything in the mortal world, truly matchless and unmatched. As long as he existed, there was no power that could kill him. A life of humiliation is not as good as a glorious death. Another emperor artifact advanced, its entire body transparent, extremely sparkling. This was choosing death, letting itself blossom like fireworks, carrying out a final struggle. This wasn't a damaged emperor artifact, but rather a perfect one. It actually also stepped onto this path. The emperor artifact flew over, exploding into pieces, completely obliterated. The radiance illuminated the past, present, and future, leaving the entire cosmos shaken. It turned into a great flood, rushing forward murderously towards the ancient supreme being. However, heaven abandoning Supreme recovered to his peak. Even though he was shaking intensely, in the end, when the radiance scattered, he still stood there. Even though his life was limited, at this moment, he was matchless and unmatched. Divine chains of order covered his entire body, sweeping through the world, resisting the many emperor artifacts, carrying out a slaughter. The darkness is in chaos, there is no hope, no light of dawn. Is this fated? Yi Fan sighed softly. There was no sorrow, no anger. In the great explosion just now, he already broke free from the blood formation. His expression was peaceful as he watched the tragic and stirring scene of the emperor artifact exploding. He was like an outsider as he said softly, "Let my soul and bones be buried here as well." In the end, he gazed into the depths of the cosmos. He resolutely and decisively ignited, borrowing the formation constructed by the Wuxia scripture to stop Stone Emperor from approaching. Then, his body turned into an undying torch. This was the great completion of the divine body burning. Then, his frontal bone shattered, exploding with the brightest flower of life, causing the evolved Tao immortal clothes to collapse as well. It passed through the formation patterns constructed by the Wuxia scripture and rushed towards Stone Emperor. There was no sound between heaven and earth. Even though the most resplendent radiance was blossoming, Yi Fan couldn't see it anymore. The flower of life blood scattered down, flowing into his eyes, covering everything. He broke apart, the bloody paste and shattered bones turning into light, smashing into Stone Emperor's body. This world became dark. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, and his perception disappeared. Chapter 1607. Big Brother. A tender voice rang out. In the starry sky, little Nan Nan's heart pounded and she couldn't help but shed tears. She gazed at the sky, her face full of fear and unease. Then she screamed and crawled back up, crying, "No, Big Brother, don't die!" At this moment, the Black Emperor was silent. He had already predicted this ending. There was no true great emperor in this world. Everything was set in stone and there was no turning back. Too many people had died in this world. GZ, Jiang Taishu, Gai Jiuyo, one after another. It was a pity that such talents were lost. No one knew if a miracle would appear. Crazy Ole's back was straight. In the end, he couldn't deliver the immortal cocoon. His body was covered in blood. After understanding the ending, he trembled and stood up straight again. Too many deaths. So many people had died. This is reincarnation, ha ha ha. The silent Black Emperor suddenly laughed out loud, as if he had lost his mind. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he said, "At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld will be the home of all living beings. How I wish for this to come true." In the distance, an immortal cocoon crushed the starry sky. There were many large cracks there, absorbing the power of the universe. No one could approach. Hearing this, the cocoon seemed to move. At this time, in the depths of the universe, the pressure of a great emperor shook the world. Nothing could stop it. It was a supreme and unrivaled fluctuation. What was a supreme being? Only at this moment did it truly manifest. After a long period of time, he had ascended to the pinnacle and ascended to the throne, ruling over the ups and downs of the human world. Boo-hoo! Little Nan Nan cried loudly as she placed her little hands on her chest. Her heart was aching, and a sparkling and translucent little stone appeared between her brows. It shone with a light that could cut through the universe as she looked forward with teary eyes. Finally, she saw the final scene of Yi Fan's resolute self-destruction. His blood was burning, and a flower of life blood bloomed on his forehead. His entire body was smashed to pieces. "No, I don't want to. Little Nan Nan doesn't want Big Brother to die." Little Nan Nan cried. This time, her tender voice shook the starry sky and resounded throughout the universe. She tore her heart and lungs apart. Then, her entire body turned into a rain of light and shot up, disappearing into the depths of the universe. "Come back!" The Black Emperor cried out loudly and ran with all his might. He wanted to catch up, but he didn't have that kind of extreme speed at all. That was something that exceeded the common sense of this world. Back then, little Nan Nan had disappeared from the Big Dipper just like that. It was as if she had ascended and soared into the heavens. She had been gone for many years. The old lunatic also took action, wishing to bring the little Nan Nan back. He had the raw character formula, but he still failed, because that immortal light tore through the everlasting, going against common sense. The cold cosmos had long been dyed red with blood, the blood of all life, the blood of supreme beings, even more so the blood of great emperors. Star domains were ruined one after another. Little Nan Nan sobbed like an orphan who had lost a loved one. She cried in grief and her little face was covered in tears. She actually appeared on the battlefield. There was blood, there was light, there was the power of Tao transformation, and there were even traces of Yi Fan's remains. Big brother, don't die. You promised Nan Nan that you wouldn't die in battle, that you would come back to see me, woo-woo. The little girl was just that helpless, sparkling and translucent tears continuously tumbling down. She staggered about, throwing herself into the blood and bones, crying loudly. It was as if the entire world was collapsing, as if she had lost everything she could rely on. The Supreme Being's Tao laws obliterated the vitality of life, the one-character secret, known to be able to kill a person with a single drop of blood. It was useless even if one's flesh and bones were reborn, their vitality severed. I don't want to. Big brother, wake up. You promised Nan Nan that you wouldn't die in battle, that you would come back alive. She cried until she was trembling, sparkling and translucent tears scattering down. The little girl was heartbroken like this, throwing herself into the blood, frantically piecing together the shattered bones and bloody paste. It made one's heart ache and feel great regret. Keng Chang. She opened up the tattered Tao Evolution Immortal clothes, frantically searching, her hands covered in blood. She cried and screamed at the top of her lungs, searching for traces of Yi Fan. He's gone, big brother is gone. The little girl was in a daze, and then she laid there, crying loudly. Her young and tender little face, her sorrowful expression made one feel extremely pitiful. She sobbed, muttering, reaching out her small hands, doing her best to grab forward, as if she was trying her best to grab onto something. On the other side, the heaven-abandoning Supreme's expression was indifferent. True great emperor-level fluctuations covered heaven and earth. He stood there alone, facing off against all of the emperor weapons, looking down on the common people, looking down on all living things. At this time, he suddenly reached out his hand, touching his own cheeks. There was moisture there, sparkling and translucent. He spoke in self-mockery, saying, "There are actually tears rolling down my cheeks. Could it be that after returning to the imperial Tao position, I have some memories from the ancient past?" In this instant, many past events appeared in his eyes. The bloody battle on the Emperor's path, that was a resounding song, the attention of all, the respect of all under the heavens. In the end he finally achieved the Tao. After that, for an extremely long period of time, he protected all living things, being worshipped by all under the heavens. His brilliance illuminated the annals of history, engraved into the hearts of all clans. He fulfilled all of the responsibilities of an Emperor Tao expert, and was also respected by all living things. Later on, he watched as his friends passed away one after another, watched as the woman he loved also fell in the passage of time. He was so sorrowful, longing for immortality. In the end, he slowly changed, attacking the 9 heavens, exploring the 9 underworlds, all for the sake of living longer, hoping to revive those who left him one after another. In the end, he completely changed, stepping onto a different path. His heart gradually became cold, gradually becoming emotionless. He turned his back on all living things, using their blood to prolong his own life, stepping onto a path that went against everything. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The heaven-abandoning Supreme laughed loudly, wiping away the tears on his face. His expression became cold and emotionless, saying, "What a laughable emotion. After so many years have passed, after I recovered to the peak and ascended to the Imperial Tao position, I actually have this kind of feeling again, just like back then when I achieved the Tao. However, even though I protected all living things, I couldn't protect all of my loved ones and friends. What use is this great compassion and righteousness? In this life, I only live for myself, without any shackles. I want to defy the heavens and step onto the path of immortality." The heaven-abandoning Supreme roared loudly, giving himself an end, severing the last bit of turmoil and emotion. Extreme sublimation doesn't necessarily mean certain death. There were people who survived, and even though the chances were slim, I definitely want to live forever in this world. He said coldly, staring at the Emperor weapons that hadn't shattered yet. Tao Friend's words are correct. Stone Emperor nodded in agreement. Heh. The heaven-abandoning Supreme only released a cold snort. He suddenly turned around, looking towards little Nan Nan, saying to himself, I originally didn't have much hope or chance of victory, but her appearance has allowed me to see hope of continuing to live forever. Stone Emperor's eyes flickered continuously, not expressing his opinion. When he saw the heaven-abandoning Supreme walk over, his body trembled, as if he also wanted to take action. But in the end, he endured it and didn't act immediately. Because this was a paragon who had undergone extreme sublimation. Unless he did the same, only death awaited him. Originally, there was a rain of light here. That was the power of Tao transformation, but it didn't injure little Nan Nan. After the little girl arrived, all the light was extinguished. However, the Emperor's aura here similarly didn't cause her to tremble. When she saw the heaven-abandoning Supreme coldly walking over, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she howled in sorrow, Return my big brother's life to me. If you want to be together with him, it's very simple. Just sink into the darkness together and enter eternal slumber. The heaven-abandoning Supreme acted. That was an emperor's technique, shattering the sky. He actually went all out, aiming for little Nan Nan. This was something he viewed as his hope of prolonging his life. He couldn't afford to lose it. He wanted to seize it and devour it, refining it into his immortal foundation. Still calling me big brother? At this instant, the little girl didn't feel any fear. She only howled in sorrow, as though she was crying blood. Her tender voice actually shook the heavens. Nan Nan. The Black Emperor's expression changed. He who was in another star region also heard it. He roared in rage and rushed towards the battlefield, disregarding his own life. However, something even more terrifying happened. Behind it, the immortal cocoon that was crushing the starry sky suddenly exploded. A slender and beautiful figure stepped out, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in. She crossed the river of time and charged into the battlefield. Boom! At the next instant, a resplendent light erupted from the battlefield. Today, the light illuminated the boundless starry space, shaking the years of time and shattering all the records of history. Emperor-level battle. A true battle between emperors. A life-and-death battle between two emperors who stood at the peak of the Emperor Tao. No one expected that there would actually be such an ending. The myriad of living beings had long lost all hope. The entire sky was filled with a gloomy atmosphere, so heavy that it was hard for people to breathe. At the very last moment, when the darkness was about to sweep through the universe, an unprecedented bloodbath was about to be carried out. A flawless immortal emperor appeared in the mortal world and launched the most terrifying battle. This type of light was something no one had ever seen before, not even the supreme beings themselves able to see it. Now it actually erupted. This was produced by two great emperors, shocking the world. This was ascension light, the power of ascension. The intense battle split the heavens, making even the heavens tremble. There was nothing that could stop them. The entire world was shocked, all creatures horrified. Even the surviving old great sage were petrified. This type of thing actually happened. Flawless immortal emperor facing off against an Emperor Tao supreme being. This was like something out of a legend. It was rumored that there might have been emperors who existed in this world during the legendary era, but no one had ever confirmed this. Now, everyone personally felt it. People at this level were fighting, their divine might matchless. In the cosmos battlefield, the white-clothed woman released a light shout. The sun, moon, and stars were all destroyed. What she released was ascension power, exceeding all methods in this world. The battlefield shifted. The world's creatures discovered something with shock. Heaven-abandoning Supreme was actually retreating, not because he feared death. As an Emperor Tao supreme being, the words cowardice and cowardice didn't exist in their minds. They all had unmatched beliefs, firmly believing that they were the most powerful in this world. However, at this time, he was sent flying by that white-clothed woman, forced to retreat through star systems one after another. The people didn't know the true result of this battle. They only knew that the battle between great emperors was too terrifying, and heaven-abandoning Supreme was retreating. The blood of an Emperor Tao supreme being. Unknowingly, when everyone discovered that there was a dazzling scarlet multicolored light rushing into the heavens at the edge of the cosmos. That was the aura of heaven-abandoning Supreme. That was his blood splashing out, scattering across the cosmos. The final result of the battle between emperors was still unknown, because no one could watch it. However, All signs pointed to the fact that a massacre of Emperor Dao experts was going to happen today. They were all experts at the peak of the great circle of the Emperor Dao. They had all ruled over the great wasteland cosmos for a certain period of time, their combat prowess number one. Hong! A loud sound rang out, accompanied by the mournful cries of heaven and earth's Dao. A flawless great emperor-level expert's body was crushed, his blood splashing across the edge of the cosmos. Chapter 1608. The fluctuations were terrifying to the extreme. The bloody light instantly illuminated most of the cosmos. The void and the stars were all illuminated by the scarlet multicolored light. It was as if a giant bloody sun was surging, and the scarlet light occupied half of the cosmos. A great emperor-level figure exploded, and his blood splashed across the world. The power was incomparable, and the desolate edge of the cosmos was destroyed. The star systems grew dim, and they were annihilated into nothingness. This was an unimaginable disaster, and it made all creatures in the 8 wastelands of the cosmos tremble. It was an indescribable terror, and even their souls were about to shatter. Powerful divine will fluctuations were transmitted from the life-restricted regions, capturing the true result of the battle. The next moment, the cosmos seemed to have come to a standstill, entering a deathly silence. There was no sound, and all living things were withering away. Was he dead? An emperor-level expert had fallen just like that. Was he going from the most glorious peak to the end? This was the question in everyone's mind. Suddenly, bloody light rushed into the 9 heavens. The great emperor's fluctuations shocked the world. The endless bloody light and the beautiful scarlet multicolored light all flowed in reverse, turning back in an instant to reconstruct the emperor's body. With a loud Wonglong sound, it was as if a primal chaos ancestor god was splitting heaven and earth apart. The fluctuations of life shook the desolate world violently, and the sun, moon, and stars all swayed endlessly. The emperor battle is not over yet. The flawless emperor-level expert cannot be destroyed. Some people guessed that it might have been a deliberate self-destruction to recover. The strength of the emperor's body was boundless, and if it really exploded, the power would be too great and unimaginable. A great emperor-level figure was actually this fierce. It made people's hair stand on end. It's heaven-abandoning supreme. He was at a disadvantage, and so he withdrew from the endless star systems and fled to the desolate edge of the cosmos. He was forced to do this. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They didn't know if the white-clothed woman was injured or not. This was the explosion of a great emperor's body, and she was using such unyielding methods just to pull back from a disadvantageous situation. The great battle continued. The power of ascension split the world, becoming even more powerful. It illuminated the cosmos in a dazzling manner. From this, everyone knew that the Empress shouldn't have been too affected. Otherwise, her aura wouldn't have been so great. This was an unrivaled style. This battle caused the desolate universe to collapse, and the stars to turn into powder. It even affected some ancient lands with life. In order to replenish his blood energy, heaven-abandoning Supreme cruelly shifted the battlefield in this direction. He was cold-blooded and merciless. He turned the 2 vital stars into a land of blood and cosmic dust. However, he only had these 2 chances. Next, he was forced into the mythological era's celestial being battlefield, which was the place where the emperors once fought. It was said that in the mythological era, there were emperors. There was no light here, no life force, no complete stellar rivers. There were star fragments everywhere, as well as enormous corpses that were even larger than a star domain. The 2 of them battled, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. All sorts of terrifying and demonic things happened. This was especially true for the battlefield of the celestial being from the mythological era. It was raining blood, and there were even black lightning streaking across the sky. Vaguely, one could see countless heavenly soldiers and generals, as well as a huge number of netherworld soldiers, traversing the star domain and embarking on an expedition. No one knew where they were going. Unfortunately, nothing was enough in this emperor-level battle. All abnormal phenomena and strange scenes would be obliterated. Light erupted from the star system ruins. Bloody light rushed into the heavens again, and blood splashed across the cosmos. The battlefield of the celestial being collapsed, and a few enormous corpses exploded into ashes. Heaven-abandoning Supreme exploded again. Bloody light surged like an ocean, spreading out for who knew how many light years. It shocked the world. A true battle between great emperors truly shocked the human world. That kind of intensity was incomparable. It had never been seen in the past, and people didn't even dare to think about it. The human body actually possessed such enormous power. If this continued, the cosmos would truly be destroyed. It was an endless storm that engulfed all living things. It was unstoppable. Is he dead? Can the darkness disturbance end? However, not long after, the fluctuations of the great emperors continued, and a wave of supreme life aura surged out. The emperors once again reformed their supreme bodies and joined the battle. It was so difficult. A truly flawless great emperor with an undying body was too powerful. It was truly too difficult to kill him. In the following hour, Heaven Abandoning Supreme exploded a total of 4 times. The last few times were all caused by the power of the Ascension Immortal. He was blasted into broken bones and blood, and even his primordial spirit exploded. In the end he finally died. He couldn't resist and didn't make it through this era. That day, cheers erupted from every place. The noise reached into the heavens and resounded through the starry sea. That was the will of all life, and when they gathered together, it was magnificent. What about the Stone Emperor? Then, everyone seemed to have heard the sounds of a great battle again, but it also seemed like it was just the clamoring of the people. In the end, they only saw a large cocoon move through the sky, flying past every ancient land of life. When everything calmed down, there was no more chaos, no more great waves. The blood gradually scattered, and the darkness was expelled. Dawn appeared. A tall figure that was like a demon king appeared, crushing the heavens until it was about to collapse. There was a type of suffocating power fluctuation. He walked past star system ruins and battlefields one after another, looking at the remains. Did the Stone Emperor die? Did that woman fall asleep again after that battle? I am still alive, and I have to continue living. He had a large success tyrant body. His thick hair scattered down like a waterfall, his gaze terrifying. He walked through the star systems, searching for the blood left behind by the supreme beings, and even more so searching for the ruined half of the Void Emperor's body. There were too many things left behind in this battle, and many of them were what he needed. In the end, he also disappeared. Thus, the darkness chaos came to an end. The most terrifying bloody chaos and great calamity in history thus ended. The amount of time that passed was shockingly short, much faster than expected. However, there really were too many deaths left behind. It's over. It's finally over. The darkness of blood and tears has come to an end. The great calamity has ended, and we are still alive. Cheers sounded from every place, resounding through the heavens, celebrating the fact that they made it through the end of the world. Everyone was moved to the extreme. Being able to survive really wasn't easy. Everyone had a new lease on life. They all breathed in and out, and then they roared towards the heavens. Only now did they understand how precious life was, that being alive was better than anything else. Everyone vented everything they had, roaring with all of their strength to express their emotions. In the end, when the cheers and excitement ended, everyone gradually calmed down. A sorrowful atmosphere pervaded the air, sounds of weeping gradually sounding. Woo-woo. There were too many people who died in this chaos. Ancient lands of life became scarlet red one after another, corpses piled up one after another on the great earth, taller than mountains, wider than seas. Child, where are you? Come back to see your mother. A white-haired old woman cried her heart out, her entire body covered in blood. She sat down on the ground, her entire body ice-cold. Father, don't die, I beg you, you have to live. A weak young girl shook a body with all her might, but there was only blood flowing out of the man's mouth. His eyes were dim, and he reached out his hand powerlessly, touching her face. Then, he lowered his head, and there was no more sound. Mother, don't sleep anymore. Get up. Hurry and get up. A 3 or 4-year-old child cried loudly, hugging the arm of his body that had long become ice-cold, his large eyes full of tears. This was only the epitome of the tragedy of the human world. It was everywhere, not just in a single star domain, but rather spread to a large expanse of the cosmos. Bleak winds and bloody rain, gloomy clouds. The losses in this battle were too great. Many heroes' bones left their hometowns. Even though they didn't have the strength of a great emperor, they still rushed into outer space to fight, their blood scattering across the starry skies. In reality, many people didn't even get close to the battlefield before exploding, turning into blood and bones. They wanted to, but were powerless. In the end, they could only release an unyielding roar. There were many people like this. When they saw the darkness of the void, the blood of the eternal universe, and Gai Joyo's sorrow, they disregarded their own safety. Even though it was useless, they still ignited the unyielding flames of will. What a pity, we've buried too many unbearable deaths. So many deaths. The large black dog was sad, lamenting in the starry skies. He was a bit depressed and dispirited as he slowly left. The void mirror shattered, the Tai sovereign sword snapped, the ninely painting cracked, the West Emperor Tower was damaged, the eternal universe furnace exploded. From this day onwards, almost all of the Emperor weapons in the cosmos were destroyed, leaving behind too many wounds and grief. The price paid was too great, unbearable. The battle between supreme beings affected too many star domains, and similarly caused a terrifying bloody calamity. The glory of the past seemed so pale on this day. Sobs came from the cosmos. Jianghu wore a plain silk dress and carried a basket of pure white flowers. She shed tears along the way, and sparkling petals danced in the air, accompanied by a bloody mist in the ruins of the battlefield. Yi Fan, she murmured in a daze. Divine King Jianghu's eyes were red. They had many people to offer sacrifices to, not only the Void Emperor, but also Yi Fan and little ancestor Ji Zi. All of them left. The Ji clan had all arrived, and those who survived were all crying. Find the remains, even if it's just a piece of bone or a drop of blood, Jianghu said with difficulty. Ji Zi wiped away her tears, but they would soon fall. Her heart was in great pain. She scattered white petals and silently walked into the distance, searching along the way. Jianghu arrived, and his sorrowful cries shook the heavens. He led the people of the Jiang clan here to offer sacrifices, and it was full of desolation and sorrow. The white-robed divine king died in his place, pushing him away at the crucial moment, giving him hope of survival. All the great inheritances, undying imperial courts, holy lands, and powerful races came. Some were silent, and some were crying out in sorrow. Many imperial weapons were buried here, never to appear again. The people of the heavenly village also came, searching everywhere. They were going to overturn the battlefields one after another, walking through the desolate border of the cosmos, crying out in sorrow. Yi Fan, Senior Guy, Divine King Jiang, Ji Zi, come back to life, don't die. Li Heishui's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted and searched crazily in these places. Divine Son, where are you? I believe you will definitely survive. Little K, cried out, tears falling continuously. Master! Yi Tong let out a long roar, his face full of sorrow as tears tumbled down. Back then, it was Yi Fan who picked him up, fought a bloody battle against the Golden Crow race, and brought him away. That was how he was today. Too many people came, and all of them were sad. The battlefield was too vast, and it involved many star domains. They searched tirelessly. Void Emperor, Eternal Universe Emperor. Many races came here to offer sacrifices. They were all very sincere and full of sorrow. The darkness was in turmoil, and the end of a bloody calamity left behind too much sorrow, making people feel bitter in their hearts. Yi Fan, Ji Zi. The sacred prince roared loudly, all of the golden hair on his body standing on end. He was mad with hatred. Of the two brothers who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with him, he was the only one left. I really want to flatten those great life-restricted regions. Dong Fengyi roared angrily. Batch after batch of people hurried over, offering sacrifices to the dead, offering emperor weapons, offering sacrifices to this battle, offering sacrifices to this world. The burial ground of blood and bones, the battlefield where life rested in peace. It was cold and bleak. Yi Tong, Flower, and Little K searched for an entire 100 years, hoping to obtain even a piece of Yi Fan's bone or a drop of blood. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. The all-life source energy cauldron Yi Fan left behind in the heavenly village had no one to inherit it, and no one used it. In the end, it was buried in his cenotaph.